Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to today's session on the entrepreneurship development. My name is Prachi and I'm super excited as you are about the conversations we are going to have today. A little brief before starting today's session. As if you are having any questions during the presentation, please feel free to type in the chat box. I will try them to bring during the presentation if necessary, or we'll have some time for the questions in the end. To keep the quality of the sound clear during the meeting, please mute yourself when you have any questions to share. So, without any delay, let's introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Mohammad Shamim Javed. He has been training and mentoring startups and handled them from ideation to implementation phase for the last 3 years. As program director, he has successfully incubated 40 plus women ventures under Women Startup Program being funded by NSTEDB and Goldman over the last 3 years. He also actively trains the faculty and administrators of various government-funded technical institutions on various aspects of entrepreneurship development in academic institutions under the Technical Education Quality Improvement Program under the National Project Implementation Unit, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. He also heads the G3 TBI at IIM Vishakhapatnam under the Type 2.0 program. Since now, IIM Vishakhapatnam has incubated 5 ventures under the Type 2.0 scheme. So, without any delay, I would like to invite Mr. Mohammad Shamim Javed, who will be speaking to us on the topic Creation and Management of ESL in or Incubation Center. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was on mute. So thank you, Prachi, for the introduction and good morning to everyone. Uh, and I welcome you to the session and I hope I am audible now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Yes, sir,
Thank
you're audible.
thank you. Let me share my presentation. Okay. Hope my presentation is visible in the presentation mode.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for inviting me for this particular session. And before I get into setting up an incubator at a academic institution or a e-cell, and precisely I will talk from my experience of setting up an incubation center at IIM Vishakhapatnam from scratch, and then also talk about some of the good incubators one should look at to learn from their experience and how they evolve over time, and what is the uniqueness they bring in, and also talk about certain funding agencies which can support incubators during the early stage. Before that, briefly, I'll just talk about the incubation ecosystem in India and how it evolved, because that's again connected to how we want to set up our incubation centers at our respective institutions. Now, incubation activities and funding incubators or agencies supporting new businesses is not very new. In fact, it dates back to only few years after independence. This was realized that if the nation has to grow, and if more and more employment has to be generated, we need to support startups. Although at that point in time, the term startups were not really, had surfaced to that extent, and mostly it was to support new young ventures is what the whole idea was. And from that time onwards, there was ministries, there were departments within the government organizations which were trying to support new ventures in one way or the other. And if you look at, in today's time, the majority of the funding which comes to, support any of the incubators, which in turn support startups, comes from a handful of ministries, to be very honest. And first and the foremost is DST, which is a department within the government, Department of Science and Technology, which takes a lion's share of almost 40% of the total funding which goes into supporting incubators. Then Ministry of MSME had been doing it for quite some time, and in fact in the last 4 5 years they also came up with some new schemes or revisions of the existing old schemes which were started in early 2000s. Right, and then there is AIM, which is Atal Incubation Mission, which is a new entrant in this. Typically from 2015-16 onwards, they started supporting incubators at different academic and non-academic institutions. METI is also a new entrant, although I'll not say them to be very new because they started this TIDE program in 2008, and this is TIDE 2.0, which they are supporting. And after that, they have started doing a lot of things. They have become a little more active in the last couple of years. Apart from that, there are some active states, especially in the western and the southern India, which are promptly supporting startup ecosystem in their respective states. And there are also private organizations like many foundations are there which actively work on supporting entrepreneurship, be it TAI or foundations like Wadwani, or many such other foundations which basically do those activities apart from other many ministries which are still involved. In terms of the distribution of these, majorly most of the activity might have started in the metros. Almost today 37% of the incubators are in the 4 metros alone, almost 40% of it. However, of late, ministries and agencies has also started to realize it, that because of these concentration of these incubators in metros, most of the funding to the startups also go to these incubators, and therefore government progressively have started promoting incubation centers from non-metro cities, and their new schemes which they are coming up, they give weightage to applications coming from non-metro cities, or let's say aspirational districts, or districts which are in the tier 2 or tier 3 city category. So these are some of the trend in terms of where these incubators had been in India. Now, if you look at geographically, as I said, that the major concentration happens to be in the southern part of the India, where Kerala and Tamil Nadu have a lion's share in terms of the contribution which they make. Telangana also is little ahead than Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, especially for the city of Bangalore, they have this edge, both Telangana and Karnataka, because of Bangalore and Hyderabad. And so does Maharashtra because of the clusters like especially Mumbai and little bit on Pune, where they have major concentration of incubators. Gujarat is one such state which has a lot of focus from a state government perspective, and so is Kerala. Right, so these two states are the ones where both institutions and central agencies and government focus had been around entrepreneurship, and people there are very enterprising, and that's why they also have a good amount of incubators. If you leave these couple of states, most of them had very few noticeable incubators, although they may have many e-cells in different government or non-government institutions. And just to talk about Uttar Pradesh, I think Uttar Pradesh also have 24 such incubators listed here, and majorly this comes from this NCR region, and all those who fall in Noida basically get counted in the kitty of Uttar Pradesh. Otherwise, Uttar Pradesh also do not have that many incubators given the population they have. Now, the incubators are either area agnostic or they may have a sectoral focus. And if you look at the major sectors being, supported by incubators, happens to be ICT, agriculture or agri-tech related things, engineering, automation, biotechnology, and some have a social focus, some have, very specialized focus on textile, electronics, marine, marketing, education, women, etc. So, however, the majority of it is still happens to be agriculture, ICT, and engineering and automation related enterprises which these are supporting. So, as I said, that if you have to think of the major landmarks when in the development of this ecosystem within the country to support startups and incubators, they all started in 1955, but it was 1982 when this DST created a department which is NSTEDB, which basically runs now all the flagship Nidhi programs, uh, uh, which which uh, which majorly support so many TBIs in this country. So that was when they started supporting incubators big time. However, the support or these incubators were mainly focused in some pockets in metros. Then MSME in 2008 started to support, incubators, and to support incubators in turn to support the MSME sector which were around them, either in terms of helping them to re-innovate or, uh, you know, uh, uh, try to protect their IP or technology which they are working on. And since then, MSME started to be an active entrant and participant into this startup ecosystem of India. In the same year, METI also came up with this first edition of the TIDE program. And since then, METI is also an active participant, though TIDE 1 had very few participants. If I am not wrong, it was only, 10 to 15 incubators which were actively, uh, you know, uh, being supported by METI during that tenure. However, they extended the net in 2019. So after completion of first phase of 10 years, they had the second phase starting in 2018. They had a call for application at the end of 18, and then 2019 they selected incubators. I think this is where they increased their net, and they included around 51 centers across the country. And it had a good distribution of these centers from across the country in terms of the the kind of city they picked or the kind of institutions they picked, both government, non-government, from metros, from not from metros, etc. So later it was, in 2016 when the government, in this current regime in the central government, had a focus on startups, and they said that we are at a good time where we can, we should spend or invest more on developing the startup ecosystem. And typically, this is how you will see any of these economies actually, or the governments having the focus on startups. You need some success stories for them to even realize that the startup dream is something which can get bigger. So I think the success of these early entrants in the startup world, like Flipkarts and the Mintras and many others who had seen the boom in the e-commerce sector in India. So I think that were some of these which really started giving confidence to the government that this is one thing which can really create a lot of employment if given a little bit of more focus and impetus. And that is where they came up with this Nidhi based scheme, which basically aggregated all the existing DST, NSTDEB programs into different buckets, which can support different kind of incubators, different kind of startups, uh, which where one which I would say would have supported the most in terms of the quantum of money they have given to incubators from any government agency. Next is the Niti Aayog, which with their Atal incubation mission and Atal incubation centers. So they had two part of it. One which got into incubators for supporting or starting an incubation center with some handsome funding, and I think they had the best kind of funding in terms of supporting the incubator for their lot of operational expenses, which DST does, but then some of their programs do not really have enough funding for incubator operations. Uh, and the second thing which they really did, and there is a lot of debate about that it's good or bad, it's too early or too late. But then, the Atal Tinkering Lab, which they started to have in these institutions, uh, uh, which are, you will say, pre higher secondary or higher secondary, which means at the school level, you started to create tinkering lab, so that people or students could start experimenting with this new age technologies like drone or electronics, robotics, software, AI, etc. Uh, so this was just to kind of give them a flavor of this ability to create something. So that was a different kind of experiment which AIM did, which again has both sides of the table. There are people who debate over it, that it is, does it really serve the purpose or not, or is it too early to be introduced at this level, rather that something else should have been done at the school level. But nevertheless, yes, at least the sensitization that yes, you can create something, you can innovate something, and the feeling of going and creating even a small thing from the existing technology. If a kid of class 7 or class 8 can do, at least he will have that belief in himself or herself that they can do something in future when they get access to more knowledge. So I think these are the major landmarks in the startup ecosystem development within the country. Now, I'll not spend much time into this, but just wanted to kind of let you know that where the major funding is coming, so that we also know that what is that we want to focus. Now, as I said, major funding goes into these big cities like Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay, and Chennai, uh, and some of the other pockets like Pune, Hyderabad, which are again majorly IT based cities. Uh, Now, the major funding which comes in India is not in the early stage or in the growth stage, mostly in the late stage, which means the investors are still picking winners, right? They are still risk averse. They don't want to take too much risk with these ideas, and majority of the funding is still going on in the late stage when they have seen some venture to have proven their business model and have really come up age. So good funding is coming in this stage, but yes, there is a lot of dearth in this early and growth stage funding. We do not still have a very vibrant angel investor network. We do not have, in fact, in the late entrant also we have very limited venture capital funds which are there in the country, though the number is increasing every year. So we hope that things will improve as we move along. In terms of the sector focus, of late, thanks to PTMs and some of these startups which have come in this banking and insurance sector, and mostly in this payment services or aggregate fund aggregators or these services which provide aggregate knowledge of banking and financial institution and insurance based services. Uh, these are some of them which drew a lot of funding in the last couple of years, and therefore fintech and financial services are the ones which have received the highest funding, followed by edutech, education services, thanks to startups like Baiju. In fact, I still remember seeing Mr. Baiju's taking sessions in the Lakshmi Vilas, Lakshmi Nivas College Mittal College at Bangalore, where he used to teach, batches of 500 sitting in a hall, back in 2008 and all. And then from there, he has a wonderful journey of, setting up a venture like Byju's, which is now almost sponsoring all the Indian teams in every format they play, right? So these edutech and educational services, I think, is one which saw a great boom, and to my understanding, they still will see a major impetus in the coming years, as this COVID had been a blessing to them in terms of adoption, right? We all have now learned, me as a faculty has learned how to teach you offline, you as a recipient, and I am very sure because all of you are faculty, so you would have also learned this. It was really difficult to start with, but we have learned uh, the the game, that how do we teach online. Do we still love to teach in a physical mode, but nevertheless now we are open to experiment with courses in a blended mode. I know that I don't need to call them in the campus for all the 20 sessions which I take for a class. I know that which are the ones where their physical presence are much needed, and the ones where I can go get away with only their virtual presence. So I think all of it will have a lot of focus on these sectors and startups around them to really flourish in the days to come. Apart from this, food tech, e-commerce have taken a back seat after the flourish of fintech and edutech ventures. But nevertheless, e-commerce is one which is going to stay for some time, because though it's a crowded market, still a lot of things which can be done in this space. We are still skimming the market, right? We're still trying to cater to the top tier of the market. Still, there's a lot of things which can be done. So after the success of Mintras and the Flipkarts, nobody thought that somebody can become so successful like Nika or Misho, right? But then there is always scope where you can create your own niche and come up with a very unique business model in the same space. Healthcare and health services is one where I feel that a lot more innovation will happen in days to come, because the country needs innovation. Healthcare is not available to everyone, and it is very expensive. So the quality of the healthcare, the cost of providing the services is something which has to come down drastically if we have to serve a country of 140 crore people, right? So that's a great responsibility which uh, uh, these ventures have in terms of supporting that ecosystem. So that is one sector, although this sector needs a lot of funding because of their, the clinical trials are very expensive, and regulations are many, which restricts them from, very quickly coming up with a product which can be sold in the market. However, this is one sector which I am very sure will see a potential growth. So these are some of the sectors which are currently, I'll say, the darlings of the funders. And many ventures are also, it's not only funders want to pick them, but this is also based on the successful startups coming in these sectors. I think therefore ventures also want to fund these ventures. Now let me come to what really I wanted to talk about after this brief background. I'll take a small pause in case you have any question. Then I'll get into this portion of the presentation. Do we have a question? If not, I will then take the liberty to go ahead. So, what an education institution should be.
Good morning, sir. So I
Good
just
morning.
had one quick
Yes,
question.
madam. Yes, madam.
That's right, pertaining to the geographical distribution of
Ji,
incubators.
ji.
So, I mean, you very rightly pointed out, it's the metros. But
Right.
particularly yesterday, we had a discussion where Bhimavaram was fast emerging as, an agri-tech base for a lot of startups, etc. And
Ji.
the second thing is, doesn't the government have to be doing something in terms of improving the infrastructure before we start having incubators or startups coming in there?
Yeah.
Because a large part of it, really is a little backward because of the basic infrastructure unavailable.
Right. No, I think you are very right in your observation that infrastructure has to be developed before startups can really function and be able to compete with startups which are in more I'll say quote unquote more fortunate places than these places which still are struggling from the availability of or lack of the availability of basic infrastructure support. uh, I in fact, I chair one of the program which is called Mahatma Gandhi National Fellowship Program, where we send fellows to individual districts of different states. And I was surprised to know that some of the districts in Arunachal and Bihar are still struggling with electricity problem or internet issues. So that's true. I mean, nevertheless, we talk about a lot of things, and I'll tell you a very interesting thing. When I raised this issue with Ministry of MSD, that because they were supposed to make submissions every day on a portal which they had created about things which they are doing in the district. So I just raised this saying that for this Arunachal, some of the districts they do not have good internet connectivity, and therefore this requirement should be relaxed. And the response which I got from the ministry, and I'm talking about with with all my I mean, you can take it official. They said that why uh, ask the fellows to use Geo.
Okay.
So I was really surprised that if you are sitting in Delhi and you don't even understand the problems which some of these remote states have. See, Arunachal have bordering districts with China, and because of that, it's the government restrictions on internet connectivity on various places which has been put up. So ministry does not even know about it, or they are not cognizant of it, right? There are many districts where internet connectivity is very slow. So even if services are there, because of the terrain they have, you need multiple towers and different kind of towers to support connectivity. So you may have connectivity at one pocket. If you just move 20 meters apart or 30 meters apart, you may not have any connectivity. So such problems are still there, and because of a small population being or a small consumer base, these companies are or private companies are not really focused on improving the internet connectivity in those areas. It's only BSNLs and the likes of those government organizations which are putting up any money there, because the return on investment is very low. But the people sitting in Delhi do not have any understanding of it. Nevertheless, programs like this at least help them to understand. So I'm happy that some of the programs, although this is a World Bank funded program, and ministry has put a part of effort in executing that money which was given to them by World Bank to put up into a structured program which can help them understand the ecosystem of skilling around different districts in India. So such initiatives will really help them learn about it. So because of that conversation, somebody in ministry now knows that there are districts in India where, in spite of today's world of Geo and other 4G connectivity, we still have places where we have only 3G connectivity. We have still places where we have only 2G connectivity, and either they are because of infrastructure issues or security issues. Now, these are something which they come to know, so that will reflect in policy making in a couple of years. Coming to the infrastructure, should the government not do the infrastructure before they do focus on startups, supporting startups? I think it's a very valid point, and this is very much required. But the problem is this: if they have to improve the infrastructure of a region, that will that is an investment in tunes of few lakhs of crore. But if they have just to push little bit on the entrepreneurial ecosystem development, that may be only few crores of investment.
Right.
uh, so they are also struggling with balancing their current account deficits,
Right.
and therefore they are really they did not had a very good experiment with their GST implementation. After DA's, demonetization, the informal sector kind of could not stand back the way they were functioning. So all that had a trickle down effect in the formal sector, and therefore there was revenue loss. Then they took a bold step of getting all the dividend from RBI and distributing it to industries by reducing the corporate taxes, with an intention that these industries will again in turn pass on that benefit in terms of investments which they make in this various sectors. Which was again, a lot of people questioned that, because the amount of money which every company will save may not be that huge to make big investments, right? So although there's literature in support of it, but the tune of money which every company will save may not be enough to do the investments. And second, companies do not just produce because they can produce. They produce it because there's a demand. Otherwise, they'll be sitting on inventory. Why do they want to create facilities or capacities which may not be utilized? And that is where I think, rather than putting that money in the hand of corporates, if the government would have taken a bold step and reduced the personal taxes to some extent, and or at least use that money in development of infrastructure, I think that would have created more employment for them. And then the third was the bad luck for every country in the world, which happened in the form of COVID. So
Yes.
September 2019, this tax waiver came, and they expected that the trickle down effect will start happening in 2020, when these companies will save a lot of money because of lower tax obligation and reinvest that in their own capacity building. And because of COVID, that actually shrinked back. So I'll not,
It was only a lot of concern when I looked at it as an Indian. I could see the places which already are developed and progressive. Those are
Gee.
the place where you have a major part, and the rest of India is so barren in terms
Yeah,
of startups.
that's very
So
much true, and that's the whole debate between this market-led growth versus socialist nature of growth. Now, a lot of people keep talking about, why do we even need PSUs, which are not optimal, which are not efficient enough, like private entities, and we should not have it. But if you do not have it, then why would a corporate go and invest in pockets where there is very low demand? So for corporates, is the best place to go is metros, where they have a lot of demand, both in terms of consumers and the ecosystem which they have. So I think the government, despite they are doing this investment because they need cash, they have spent, they have rather started promising to spend a lot of social issues, or so to say, distribution of money in various social programs. But at the same time, they did not see that increase in their revenue collection, which should have happened. So that is creating a lot of pressure on them. Nevertheless, I see this, at least in this budget, that they had a good focus on infra development. But infra development alone by government is a big task. I think government needs to come up with policies which can support these private entities, let it be in the PPP model, or it's different models within infra development, where they develop it, run it for some time, and then pass it on to government, or develop and pass it on. So there are various models within this infra development, which governments will have to uh, understand that which one will work in which pocket of India, and accordingly execute them. So I think that is very rightly pointed out. Even if I have a very good venture which can aggregate milk from different farmers which produce additional milk and convert it into value added sweets, but the point is, if I do not have good road connectivity, I am going to not really be efficient in that whole exercise, even if I talk about something very simple as milk aggregation, right?
thank you so
So
much, sir, for the elaborate explanation. Thanks so much.
thank you. So I'll just get into what an educational institution will need to do. And before I go there, I am very much hopeful that you are aware of this by now. Some of the speakers would have already spoken to you about the stages of life cycle of a startup. Now we need to understand, where do we as incubators, what is our role in this life cycle of a startup? Where do we get to come, right? So any startup starts with an idea, and the idea may come from our own well. So we should always remember this. Any idea which is coming outside our well is not well, right? So what is this well? Hum sab kuएं ke मेढक hain. We are all frogs in the wells, right? So this comes from, no matter how much I'm educated, uh, it is a saying, right? If you really need to know that how uneducated or how unaware you are, you just go and stand in a library, right? So no matter how much aware or knowledgeable somebody may be, because of their education, their experience, their network, they still may not know a lot of things. Now, startups or ideas which start in spaces where you don't know anything, then the probability of it, being not practical is very high. Right. Suppose I have never been trained into medical or biomedical, and I keep thinking about, I had studied about nano robo sometime, and nanotechnology when I was doing my engineering. Then I got really fascinated about it, and then I started thinking that why can't we produce nano robo which have a life of its own, which can be injected in your bloodstream. It will go and cure any leukemia kind of disease, and then it will die out. And like the other cells flush from your system, it will also flush from your system. Sounds very interesting, right? But the point is, I have no training in biomedical engineering. I have no training in uh, biology, or human anatomy, and therefore this is something which is just a good idea, right? I will not be able to implement it. So one thing which we always need to understand is, if the idea is coming from innovators well or not. And if this is coming from innovators well, then we should look for the proof of concept and the business model validation. And that is where our role is, right? As an educational institution, we are mostly at this stage before seed funding happens. And when I have put half of it on the seed funding, the dotted lines, because some of the incubators may also have accelerator program being run by them. That is where they come into picture of doing a little bit of seed funding at their own incubator level. Now, understanding from the stages, so let's divide them into 7 to 8 different stages. Now, basic research is what you do at the ideation level and the proof of concept level, where you just want to, pick an idea and want to establish it theoretically or in the business model, convince people who are knowledgeable about that domain that yes, this is practical and this can be done. And that is where I think most of the educational institution and incubators within educational institutions are good at, because you get a lot of research grant, your faculty, your ecosystem is associated with a lot of research which happens around technology or business, and therefore you should be able to pick something which is new and have ability to work on new frontiers. Now, once this is done, till that time, the cash flows are good because you would have got some, basic seed grant, seed research grant from an institution or from a government agency or from a private entity if it's a funded project. And therefore, this all looks good. You have a net cash flow and you want to work on that. And then comes the development grant, which is the next. Once you have the proof of concept of what you have done, you want to convert it into a prototype, and sometime you will get these developmental grants. You will get this initial prototyping fund to say. So all of it till this point you looks good, but the moment you go into stage 3, which is you start going to these early adopters, doing a lot of proof of concept or marketable prototype or other things like this, you'll start to burn a lot of cash. And that is when you start to need more and more cash. and this is called the valley of death. And that is where most of the funders come into picture. And that is where we as incubators should understand where should we limit ourselves. These are people who are trained into certain aspects. For example, angel investors use their own money to invest in startups. These are people who have a lot of domain expertise. They would have grown in their respective domains for 20, 30, 40 years, and would have taken a retirement or have retired by now. They have aggregated a lot of wealth. Their kids are settled. They don't need money from their parents, and therefore they don't have a liability. Now, what they want to do is to, one, support new ventures because that keeps them engaged. Second, it helps create fortune for their next generation. So they don't want to invest in funds which can only give them 7 to 10% of return. They're looking for something which can generate them 20, 30, or even 40, 50% growth year on year. And they're willing to take the risk. It's their own money, right? Nobody will come chasing them, ki, why did you invest in this company? It's my money. I invested in this company. But these are angel investors. And that's why they're called angel, because that time nobody else is willing to invest money in you. You are too early in your venture. A lot of things have not really crystallized, and they don't know if you'll succeed or not. But these people are very confident that they can make you successful because they think that they have the ability, they have the domain knowledge and expertise which they bring. So I think that is where by stage 4 and stage 5, any incubator should say a goodbye to a startup. Because we may get connected with a early stage VC fund or an angel investor, and try to give an exit to my startup, rather than being with them in the next stages of venture capital raising or private equity funding, because we are not trained into it, and we should not even be associated with startup that long. In fact, we should find an exit in angel investment round, or if it's too early, we should at least look to get an exit in the venture capital round. So that is something which I generally want to talk to whenever I talk to people who work with incubators, that don't focus too much on VCs. I think that's a lot of incubators I've seen, they keep inviting VCs and they spend a lot of resource and energy in that. But VCs are not the right people who will invest in your startups, because most of them would be early stage startup. They would have not done even the first round of seed funding through these angel investors. So rather, focus more on angel investors being connected to you than VCs being connected to you. And even before we go there, I think these are some of these facts which I think most of you would already know or had been talked about. That we should know why these startups fail, because it's important for us to not have those startups in our kitty, especially if I am a new incubator. If I am a new incubator, I should be very selective in choosing the right set of startups which I can support. The startups which come up into business without proper market research are not good startups, because they are doing something without a proper research. They are going to fail. The probability of them failing is higher, because they may not actually identify the right pain in the market, or the right gap in the market, or the right set of people whom to go and sell the product and services. Team is very important, and trust me, there's nothing as important as a good team. If you have a competent and complementing team, right, then it's a very good thing to have. Even if your idea is category 2, but if your team is category 1, I'll choose them over a category 1 idea and a category 2 team, because implementation is very important. A lot of people can dream. हमारे में से there are so many people who are Mungeri Lals, right? We can see beautiful dreams and we can think of beautiful ideas, but the ability to translate those ideas into an implementable solution is something which comes only with expertise and experience. So quality experience and quality expertise, there is no substitute to it, and therefore teams are very important. All of us, if in a team of 4, all of them IIT graduates, from let's say mechanical, I don't think it's a very good team. They may be very competent, but they are not complementing. So it's also the combination of this complement and competency, both is very important. That they should have complementing skill. Otherwise, for technology, they are not dependent on anyone else. For even small business things, even to do their books, even to draw a simple marketing plan, they will be dependent on a lot of things, a lot of people. So therefore, if there is a complementing team with a balanced set of knowledge of business, domain, and technology, I think that's a wonderful thing to have, and we should look for such teams. Wrong clientele, which comes from the market research, bad market research, you would go for a wrong clientele, and then you'll not be able to sustain in such markets if you have chosen a wrong target segment. High product market competition, a lot of time people say that high product market competition is good because that's already proven, you don't have to create it. But there's a difference between competitive market with a highly competitive market. Highly competitive market, the margins are very low, and therefore either you come up with a very great USP which you bring with you, which means some uniqueness in your product and service, and that uniqueness cannot be small delta. It has to be a large uniqueness which you bring in your value proposition, and then only you can sustain in a high product market competition space. Uh, and too early, too late, again, as I said, is connected with the high product market competition. If you're too early into something, you will have to create your own market, right? Uh, and that's very costly affair, because you'll have to first sensitize the market about that product or service, then tell them why it is good, and then slowly the market will start to build. If you're too late, you are into high product market competition. Therefore, that's also not very advisable to be in. And launch location is very important. Think of Urban Clap, or this now the Urban Company, starting their business in a city like maybe Vijayanagaram. Vijayanagaram is a small district next to Vishakhapatnam. It's a very small district, right? A very humble and peaceful district. But the point is, people living in Vijayanagaram may not really be so troubled with finding these daily services which Urban Club provides them. It's not difficult for me living in Vijayanagaram to find a good hairdresser. It's not. I don't have lack of time because I go to office and come back from office in 15 minutes, even if it's at the farthest corner of the city. So I have all the time in the world to go to a hairdresser after my office, right? It's a problem in metros where I am just traveling 1.5 or 2 hours to my office every morning, and another 1.5 hour, 2 hours every evening. Then I don't have time for it. If I have a plumbing problem at home, I need to get it fixed when I'm not in either. I have a lot of transaction cost finding somebody who can do it for me. So I think launch location becomes very important. Think of Albert Clap starting in a small district like Vijayanagaram. They will think that their idea is not good because people are not adopting it. But it is not the adoption problem, but it is the wrong location which you have selected for the kind of startup you are going into. And last but not least, insufficient access and management of fund is one which is very important. So in fact, I'll park this funding for the time being. I'll come to this, but let me go to more about the incubators. So any host organization can have being coming from any of these. You can be in part of an academic institution. You can be part of an in university. You can be a corporate or an NGO. You can be an industry body. You can be a government body. You can be a private entity, right? Which is corporate entity, or just a private entity who want to have uh, an incubator. So host institutions can be these. Typically, you can be part of corporate, government, state or center, industry body, academic institutions. So they can have their own incubators. The focus could be sector agnostic or sector focused. For example, IIM Vishakhapatnam is more of sector agnostic incubator. So is any incubator at any business school, because we do not own a particular domain, right? Some business incubators may have a particular focus on a domain. For example, what business schools can do well. We can do well in terms of finance, education, edutech, or logistics and other things, which we basically teach in some of our courses. So any incubator around these functional areas are good for me. Although we do not have a written rule, but then this is one in underlying focus we have, that these are the sectors where we can support incumbencies. So, but if you are uh, of an institution, you can choose the focus. You can be I mean, generally, but with into it, so that depends what kind of have at your disposal. Uh, these incubators, right? Yeah. Can you just give me
Sir, I think there is some network issue. We are not able to hear you.
uh, how are you able to hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Hello, morning. Am I audible?
No, sir, it's not clear.
Okay, one second.
The screen is frozen and we are not able to see you. I mean, it's stuck actually.
Yes,
Hi everyone, the speaker left due to some network issue. Let's wait for a couple of minutes.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Um, Let me just share the presentation again. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, and second, so that is something which is very important for an incubator to decide upfront. When I say upfront, it does not mean before you start. Upfront will mean typically within the first 5 years of your existence, because many a times, a lot of people say that you should have your mission, vision defined within first year, otherwise you will not have a focus. Organization is not created to just live for 10, 15 years. Organizations are created for long-term sustainability. And if you're looking for a long-term sustainability, you need to first understand that what really works for you. And therefore, you don't jump and say that I want to be a sector-focused or sector-agnostic incubator. You should just start and see what really is coming to you. What naturally comes as a support system within your organization, what kind of network partners are more willing to come and join hands with you, and internally what are the competencies which you have which can augment your functioning. Given all of it, I think it's important at some point in time. It may happen within first year, it may happen within the first 3 years, and at max by fifth year you should have a defined focus of your incubator, right? So it cannot go beyond 5 years for sure, but at least a good time could be first 3 years when you identify that focus of your incubator based on your experience of the past couple of years of your operation. It can be for profit. It can be for not as a not-for-profit organization, either in form of a trust, society, or a Section 8 company. I'll advise that either you go for a trust or rather rather a Section 8 company is more advisable of any of the other forms, because Section 8 companies, by virtue of being a Section 8 company, is eligible to a lot of funding opportunities which are floating in the country, both in the government and non-governmental space. But others have some restrictions. Some form of funding may have restrictions over trust. Some form of funding would have restrictions over societies, but none of the funding sources have any restrictions over a Section 8 company. So I think this is the best form of registration of your incubators to really be more open to receiving these funding and donations in future. For profit, I'll not advise any academic institution to go for profit incubator. This is more advisable for private entities who can leverage their network and connections in the industry to generate or to pull good investments and still be for profitable, right? So the moment you are for profit when incubator, you may not be eligible for any funding from government bodies. You may not be eligible for any funding from corporate CSR activities, etc. But you may be very well suited to get funded by these or be connected by these VCs or angel networks who are still willing to fund you. But your operations will have to be completely taken care by you as an organization, right? So you have to have a model where your operational expenses are completely coming out of your activities which you do. And location is something which we cannot do much about, right? So wherever we are, we just need to understand which location we are, and then try to look for governments and agencies which have a focus in that kind of locale, so that we can choose those both funding agencies as per our locale, and it's the right fit between both of us. What shall we be, an incubator or accelerator? And this is a question which I get quite a lot, that shall we be an incubator?
Hello.
Yes. Is there a question?
Sir, should I ask you something related to the previous slide?
Yes, please.
Okay, the thing is, sir, now in case of academic institution, see, I'll tell you our case. We are a pharmacy institute having courses from diploma to PhD. So we
Right.
have ample amount of research facilities related to the healthcare system, I'll
Yes.
say.
G.
So when we are discussing about the sector focus incubator, so while
Yes.
setting up of an incubation center, should we be focusing on the healthcare parameter or the projects only, or should we be open to any kind of business?
Okay. Yeah, I see. I think naturally you are more suited to focus, be a be little more sector focused incubator, because at least your broad competencies which you can bring in house is known to you, right?
Right.
Uh, See, you can still be a sector, choose to be a sector agnostic incubator if you do not have any other incubator in the region, right? So, for
Right.
example, if you're in a city where there are no other incubators still operating at that point in time, which means there is enough demand for an incubator by existing startups which want some kind of support. So,
Right.
at least you can be a center for them, and therefore you can be an area agnostic incubation center with a focus or with an inclination with towards healthcare or pharma related
Okay.
ventures, right? So you can say that we are area
Okay.
agnostic, but nevertheless we have some priorities, and these are our priorities, right? For example, the way we
Right. Right.
do,
Right.
we very much say that we are area agnostic incubator, but at the same time we have our priorities. Given two startups of the similar caliber, I will choose one which is coming from either edtech, fintech, or logistics domain, because this is something which we understand well in terms of our core competencies as an institution, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Done. Thank
think
you, sir.
anybody who is having a technical institution, then I think at least your focus is already determined. Even if you choose to be a sector agnostic, for example, any technology incubators are sector agnostic. They are open to any kind of technology, right? But you may not be very good suited to support a social venture, right? It's not that you cannot, but then you need to develop those departments of humanities within your institution to be able to support them in house, right? So I think this is something which we should have a prior understanding, and in next 2 3 years it really comes out well. You will only know that if, let it be even 5 to 7 startups which you incubated, you will come to know what kind of startups you are getting, which startups you were able to really do justice in terms of contributing to their growth. Then you will automatically, by virtue of being working with them, will come to know that what exactly works for you.
Right. Okay. Then. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Okay. So, I'm going back. Sorry. Yeah. So, what we should be, or we should be both. I think any educational institution, if we are into any science and technology related domain, we should be rather be an incubator than an accelerator, right? We can be both, given we have a good amount of knowledge which we have aggregated as an incubator in terms of the startup ecosystem, in terms of business models, in terms of networking with the funders, and that should happen after a good amount of 5 to 7 years which you have already invested in building your ecosystem. And my assumption when I say 5 to 7 years, that you have exponentially increased your connections in these space. Otherwise it's always more logical, or more I'll say uh, organic for us to be an incubator, right? Because the startups which we will support will typically come from a research or idea stage, and then they need to develop that from idea stage to a prototype which can go into the market. Typical duration of any incubation support is 1 to 3 years. You don't incubate somebody for only 3 months, otherwise you call it pre-incubation, right? But incubation has to be at least 1 year, when you give them enough time to work on their venture or their idea and try to develop it into a proof of concept or at least an MVP. It can go up to 3 years because some ventures will have a longer gestation period, and you need to support them. So for example, we do incubate startups for 1 year into different programs, and then we give them extension for 6 months every time they finish their incubation period till the cutoff of 3 years. We don't support any startup beyond 3 years. They are forced graduate, even if they would have come off age in terms of their market presence or not. They are forced to graduate. Otherwise, this will continue, right? And therefore, my role is not to uh, only support one venture, rather than my role is to facilitate anybody who wants to start a venture. I may have limited resources, so I want to get them out of the system. In 3 years, if you're not able to convert an idea into at least a marketable prototype or a prototype, I think you may not be. You may have either chosen something which is not, you're not able to do, which is not practical, or you do not have enough focus uh, to and motivation to complete it. So typically, an incubator does not fund, right? And this is a very important thing which we shall all know. Incubators mostly do mentorship and guidance. So a lot of people who will say, "Ki, your incubator, you are not supporting us, you are not funding us." Incubators are not supposed to be funding, right? We typically are supposed to be the ones who should be, charging them or taking some equity for the support which we provide. And this support is something which nobody will give at such an early stage, because they have only an idea. And this idea may translate into something, may not translate into something. Therefore, the probability of it failing is highest at this level. So incubators take a lot of risk. They provide you access to the infrastructure, they provide you access to the network, they provide a platform and a brand name, using which you are able to reach to a larger crowd or a larger market. And therefore, I think even if the incubators does not provide any funding support, it is good enough. But however, if you can make arrangements for some kind of, uh, I'll say, prototyping fund, that may, and don't make it available to all the startups. Make it competitive. Let it be only given to the top five performers every year, every 6 months, every 3 months. But then there has to be some prototyping support for certain startups, which may not be able to really do well without that prototyping support. However, I have seen that there are many startups which just need 50, 70,000 of initial funding, and they will not do it. They'll keep cribbing about it. I can understand that some of the kids may not have 70,000, but if they cannot convince their friends and family to give them 70,000 for a venture, why shall an investor get convinced about it? Right? So the most easy person to convince is your own father or your own mother, right? If you cannot convince them to invest in your venture, then maybe you have chosen something which is which will be very difficult to it become very difficult for you to convince to the investors. So I think bootstrapping is one thing which I really want. Which bootstrapping again comes from the revenues which your venture may generate, but the bootstrapping comes later. I'll say rather, getting funds from your friends and family is it's a litmus test for any startup. So do always have that these small funds nevertheless are required, but at the same time, uh, need based. It should also be need based. If you know that the venture comes from a well-to-do family and they can very easily fund that 50, 60 or 1 lakh of funding requirement at the early stage from their family and friends itself, they should get it done, right? If they're not doing it, then it's an agency problem. We should fix it. And therefore, funding should not be made available to everyone who get incubated in a venture. This is very important. Otherwise, you will just see people, because this is a very cool thing to be in a startup, being incubated at a start venture, an incubator. So that's quite a CV point nowadays for a lot of kids, and therefore, we should be very careful in just distributing, because as an incubator, we may not have unlimited funds at our disposal. So we should be careful in disbursing this fund. In fact, we did our first cohort of women startup program where we used to give them 30,000 per month as internship or a stipend, right? So we said that you take it because you would have left your job, you wanted to do a venture, so you should not feel the pain of it. and that can help you to also invest on your venture. And we were so surprised that at the end of the 9 month, when we had an additional provision of 50,000 as a seed fund, then everybody came applying for that seed fund. So we were surprised that if you need only 50,000, why did not you invest your own money? And they're like, these were stipend, right? So, so I mean, uh, if you are really focused about making your venture successful, any money, no matter where it's coming from, your first focus should be to take care of your basic needs and invest all of it in your venture, because that's will give you the amount of growth which nothing else can give. So I think this is one thing which I wanted to convey. As an educational institution, we are more logically placed to be an incubator. However, you can be an accelerator if there are two things which is important to be an accelerator. One, you have either a good uh, understanding and expertise in business related areas. You can be a good accelerator, because what you teach them in a short 3 to 6 months of accelerator program is different aspects of business. That okay, you are done with the technology, you are done with the ideation and prototyping. Now how do you take it to the market, the go to market strategy? How do you price your product? What should be your pricing and strategy? What should be your go to marketing strategy? How you should do lean operations? How should you manage your inventory? What should be your business model? So there are many things which you talk about, which are naturally well suited for a business institution which has business education at their disposal, uh, or an incubator which has a good connect with angel investor network, and educational institution which can provide, or bodies which can provide this business knowledge and understanding, which is go to market strategies, or various business aspects of managing finances, valuation, pricing, costing, etc. So either I should have a good name as an incubator, which means I have a good domain expertise, and therefore some angel investors look forward to us, that this is an incubator which generates a lot of good startups, and we should go there. And therefore you are able to have that connection with angel investors. And you should also have connections with some of these organizations which can provide you access to these people or resource person who have good knowledge about these business domain. They can be coming from educational institutions like a management institution, or they can be coming from industry professionals who are working on go-to-market strategies of companies for the last 20 years. They can be good resource person to work on the accelerator program. But again, always do these accelerator programs in collaboration with either some angel investors or some of the institutions which have good access to management resources. Right. Okay. Now, before we need to go and say that what we want to become, we should know what the startups look from an incubation center. And they look for the congruence of mission and vision, and therefore, as I said, that within first 3 years you should at least have a declared focus area, that this is what we should be known for, and this is what we bring, right? So the congruence, if not there, then they may not really get the kind of input they really want. Empathetic and encouraging team. Trust me, there's nothing better than this. If you do not have a good understanding team, and they keep giving you deadlines and sessions, pay sessions, and so many targets, you don't want to be associated with such incubators. At the same time, you don't also want to be associated with incubators which do not even ask you after incubating you, right? Which just forgets you that you are one of the incubators incubated our venture. So they need periodic interventions. They need ad hoc mentorship and guidance and support. They will need ad hoc networking and also time-bound networking support, which you need to give them. So if there's a good administrative team to support them, I think there's nothing like it. So incubators with a very small, very I'll say non-connected team may not be a very good choice for startups to really come into. They do see people and then they come, right? So your people who are managing that team is very important for a startup to choose incubator. Then is the ability of funds for startup support and mentoring resource pool, right? What kind of funding support can you give them? When I say funding support, always remember these are not seed funding support. These are always prototyping fund, right? So what kind of prototyping fund is made available to them? Do we have any kind of prototyping fund under the scheme or outside the domain of any scheme? The kind of mentorship resource pool which we have. So when we have this mentorship resource pool, there are many incubators which write 100 different names of big industrialists. But the point is, how much time can that big industrialist really give to a startup? Is the question, right? I have 50 startups, and even if I write Anand Mahindra in my mentorship pool list, I don't think that Mr. Anand Mahindra will be available for the whole day to talk to my startups, right? So I think it is also important to have a good, healthy internal mentorship pool. When I say internal mentorship pool, mentorship is an art, which and then science, which you need to learn. So as faculties within your organizations, people who have ability and access to mentor startups should be developed, and they should be showcased and put into your incubator website or other places, so that the startups can know that there are internal mentorship pool available within the institution or within the incubator, or access to incubator through the host institution, and their respective competencies which they bring on the table. So I think that is something which attracts them a lot. Connect with government, investors, corporates, and regulators is a must. I mean, no matter you are a state government entity, you are in a state government, you are in central government, or a connection with your local corporations or municipal corporations and administrators is very important. So governments need to, we need to be connected with different level of governments, because a lot of support we need to take from them, either in terms of policy making, in terms of funding, in terms of facilitation, etc. Right? Investors, corporates, and regulators are also very important. They come very handy. And strong network and ecosystem stakeholders, reputation in the industry, uh, uh, and an ability for good support services, free or at reasonable cost. Our experience, a lot of freebies, they don't value it. So even if you start giving them, start charging them something. Uh, or else if you are charging them equity, then you don't need to charge for all these services, but you need to give them a platter of services, which means something like access to some legal counsel, access to somebody who is a branding professional, access to somebody who can do website for them at a lower rate, access to few free hours of mentoring, access to some tools and services which are available, which are very well-known tools and services like Amazon Web Services, or Zoho, or other platforms like this, which startups can avail free of cost through your incubator, right? Which otherwise would be very costly for them to access. And last but not the least, availability of labs and databases, resources for the resources required for the venture. I think this is one of the most important thing they look for, especially when they want to connect with a technology business incubator at any institution. That see, by virtue of being an engineering college, you have access to so many labs. You just need to understand and do understanding with your host institution that how these startups can use those labs which are already there in place, and maybe some specialized lab which you may create for your incubation center itself. So I think these are very important resources which are worth much more than anything else which you can give them. So these come really handy to startups and should be worked at. Either directly or indirectly, you should have access to these labs and databases, resources. And of course, work culture and ethics, it goes hand in hand with a good administrative team. So if you have all of it, then they should be looked for. Last, I'll not spend much time because I need to go to some other points, but very important and importantly, when as you you may have to choose some good startups to start with. The thumb rule which we follow based on our experience and some literature which we follow: people first, idea second, market size third, communication and charisma of the founding team fourth. Right? These are four things which we look at: how good the team is, their idea, the quality of their idea, the uniqueness of their idea, and the commercial ability of that idea is something which we look at. Either commercial ability or social impact ability. Third is the market size. If they are looking for a very small niche, the market size is very small, they will only get a pie of that smaller market size, and therefore they may not really be able to grow big. So you should also look at startups which have ability to grow big. Communication charisma is very important, trust me, because at the early stages, they are the only people who are going to face the investors. They are the only people who are going to pitch for their venture to the early adopters or the customers. And therefore, if they do not have this, it's difficult to really bring that into them. At least they should have spark. It's not about saying speaking in good English. It's not about having a very good dressing sense. Some of it can be taught, but they should have that charisma in their personality. They should have that flair in their eyes. A very dull personality, it's a saying which comes true here: a faint heart never won a fair lady, right? So don't pick people who have already lost the battle. Pick people who have the zeal to win it. They believe in themselves. So that is very important. That what kind of charisma and behavioral traits they bring to the table. Right. One thing which also I like to focus on the coachability. Many times you may see people who are very stubborn, very stubborn, and no matter how confident they are, but their stubbornness may not leave them coachable. Right. It becomes very difficult. They keep doing things they want. It does not matter how much coaching you give, how much suggestions you give. So such startups are not going to really do well in your incubation center. So always try to avoid such startups. There's no point, spending your early resources into somebody who is not coachable, right? And these are the key stakeholders which we should look at: mentors, evangelists, and strategic advisors at one end, and the other extreme are the donors, investors, and sponsors. And we should in between are these government, corporate bodies, etc., or industry, academic research institutions. If all of you are in a host institution, that's your individual host institution or some institution nearby which can bring some competencies. For example, if I'm a management institution, I should be looking for institutions which can bring technical know-how to me. Right. For example, somebody who's a technical institution, they should be looking for collaboration with management institutions, right? And the regional communities is very important, because if you're connected with the regional communities, that's going to give you the continuous flow of ideas on startups, right? So you should be well connected with them as community. How do we build this relationship with different stakeholders we talked about? So this is a good matrix which work well. It's a 2x2 matrix which says that capabilities of stakeholders to support incubation. So look at, do they have capability or they do not have the capability as of today? If they do have capability, then the next thing which you need to look at is, are their strategies and goals aligned to us, right? If no, then we need to customize some of our offerings to their existing goals, and then try to come into a partnership or try to come into a relationship. If they're already aligned, very good, go and execute it. You already have a good common ground, which is a win-win for both of you, and try to execute that. If you do not, customize, because you may not expect other one to customize for you, but you can customize for them to get into a collaboration, right? So do that. If your strategic goal is not aligned, and you do capabilities of any of the stakeholder to support you does not exist, they are not of no use, but it does not mean that they will not be of use in future. So at least if you get a chance, inform them that what you do and leave it there, right? They should be knowing that you exist. That's all. Let them know. It may happen that either the capabilities develop in future, then you need to customize and execute it. And if it does not develop, but their goal may change, then the capability needs to be built, right? So therefore, information is a good thing to do, right? So that's the focus we should have, because there are many stakeholders which we engage with, we want to engage with, and want to get into some kind of understanding or relationship. But this is very important that we keep understanding where do they fall in this 2 by 2 matrix, and then accordingly plan our strategies. I'll talk about critical success factors, a pilot study which I was conducting, and we realized that these are cause and effect factors of various incubators within higher educational institutions. And what are their critical factors are: government funding to incubators, active and competent incubator team, and incubator revenue model. So as of today, these three factors are very important for the success of an incubator, right? So I think this is something which we should focus on. Getting even a small government fund, right? It may not be in few crores, it can be few lakhs of government funding. But what it does, it gives you the belief of your existing system or your host institution that you as an incubator or an e-cell have capability to do something, right? And that helps you to create first level of the story, the first story within your incubator, that see, we got this fund, we executed it, we have ability to execute a funded program, we have ability to generate success stories from a small fund which was given to us. That goes a long way in getting the next fund. So I'll tell you a very small story. If you know the armies, they have their own army canteens, they have their own army messes. So there was one battalion, Rashtriya Rifle, you might have heard of their name. So they typically, whenever they induct new officers, they throw them a party, and all the big brigadiers and officers will join them, and they will address them, and they all will go for a dinner and drinks, and then that's how they conclude the meeting. So that is that one such meeting was happening. A lot of young officers who were newly inducted into army were sitting, and they were in the same hall enjoying their drinks. And there was one young officer who was consistently looking at a brigadier who had the chest full of medals from left corner to the right corner. It felt like he's a shop of medals. So he kept looking at him. The brigadier noticed it a couple of times, and then he walked to the young officer and said, "My boy, why are you looking at me? Do I trouble you?" He got a little shocked, and he's like, "No, sir. It's just that I was too amazed to see that how can someone get so many medals? What you would have really done to get so many medals? They may be for some achievement, some bravery." So he said the first one came by luck, and the rest followed in proving that the first one was not because of luck. So that is something which I always say, that the first fund which you get, maybe small, maybe a CSR, maybe a government fund, it does not really mean if you have not got it, if you applied for it, which does not mean that you really your application is weak, or you did not really prepare well, or your candidature is not strong. It is very much a luck. What kind of panel is sitting, who has what kind of mental orientation, that what they want to support, how lucky was your day in terms of your ability to express or answer to certain questions which the panel would have asked you to defend that proposal, or how good you were able to present your idea in front of the panel. So there are many factors, and who all were applicants along with you. So there are many factors which decide that you will get a funding or not. But once you get it, that will help you generate more funds in future. Because either you will have to prove that this did not happen because of luck, or because this happened, next time when your candidature comes to for a medal, they know that this selection is right because he has already won two medals or already won a medal. So I think that is something which really works a lot in government funding space. And active and competent team, I talk about it all the time. Trust me, there's nothing like a very active and competent incubator team. When I say active and competent, it does not mean that you need to have a 20 or 30 member team. You may have only a 2 member or 3 member team, but they all should have a very good orientation of the goal of your incubator, the mission and vision which you have in your mind, and they should be committed for the cause, right? They should be willing to spend that extra hour, burn that extra midnight lamp to support these early stage startups or the early during the early days of your existence as an incubator. If you have not found a team like that, then it may take a longer time for you to reach where some incubators reach within 5 to 7 years, right? And then the last one is incubator revenue model. If you really are not working on your revenue model, how your incubator is going to earn its own bread, then trust me, these government fundings is going to get dried out in some time. So therefore, you should have enough focus from the very beginning that how you are going to invest in this incubator revenue model. Not many times institutions, or people who pioneer these activities want institutions to give them huge infrastructure before they can start doing anything. Don't do that. I mean, when anybody invests a lot of money on you, they have a huge expectation from you. And if you're not able to give growth at that rate, then they will start to trouble you a lot. So my humble request to if at all there is an institution which has already given you something, well and good, but don't go and say that we want at least 10,000 square feet of space, 5 member team, this much funding, then only we can be a good incubator. No, it does not. It does not really take that much. You can start humbly and organically try to grow. Show your institution that you can, with small fund given to you, you can do something, and that itself can be plowed back in your incubator, and that will also give them enough support to invest more, right? Because every investment in infra it will attract you depreciation on your books. It will look very bad. So rather, go a little humbly in terms of building a huge infrastructure for your incubator, if you do not see such a demand coming from the very first year, right? Okay. I'll now, briefly talk about I am Vishakhapatnam and how we did it. We all started our institution. Institution itself is not very old. We got, started in 2015, and that is when our journey started. 2018, we started our incubation center. That time, it was not a Section 8 company. It was just like an e-cell in an institution, right? And that is when we collaborated with IIM Bangalore to partner in their women startup program. So I think that's the best way to go about it. You collaborate with some of the existing incubators. That gives you a very quick understanding of learning, and that's what we did. We said if we have to learn this tricks of the trade, it will take a lot of time for us. So when Bangalore was looking for some really interested collaborators who can give them support in the region, we said, okay, we are the one. We did not look at what kind of resources we'll have to give away, shell away, but what we really thought that this is to be an opportunity to learn a lot of things which IIM Bangalore would have, NSR cell would have learned in their 17, 18 years of existence. And it is the best way to transfer knowledge, right? And that's how a lot of governments also open FDI to train the local industry on technologies by foreign players. So I think that's the best way to go about it, is what we thought. I'm not contesting or debating that that's the only best way to go about. So we did that, and it worked well for us. That gave us a lot of visibility. That gave us a lot of operational nuances which we required. Using that, we did a good year of supporting 25 women in the women startup program, and we did more than what Bangalore initially would have planned for their program, and that helped some of the startups to really weave very good success stories. and that helped us to put up a good case for METI to believe in us and give us fund, right? And we would have got even a G2 center had we been a registered Section 8 company. But by then we had not yet thought of registering as a Section 8 company, and that's only came in the way, and we got G3 center, and it came in the end of 2019. And it was a 1.7 crore grant for 5 years. That's not really big, but then it's quite an encouragement for Incubation Center. That led us to register our Section 8 company in 2020, and that is from where we are now. IMV Field, from Incubation Center of IIM Visakhapatnam, we are IMV Field, Foundation for Incubation, Entrepreneur Learning and Development. We are still a sector agnostic incubator. However, we have some focus on technology-led, women-led ventures. And in terms of domain, we majorly want to focus on finance and fintech, education, edutech, agri-tech also, because we are in Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh is majorly an agrarian state. And then a little bit on logistics, marine ecosystem is something which we also would like to focus on. We still are, placed in Andhra University Transit Campus. Our main campus is still to come up, and by mid of this year, we should be moving to the new campus. Our incubator operations are running from some rented facilities within Andhra University. We, in the last few years of our existence, we have got a METI program. We have got a Nidhi program, which is accelerator program, which we'll be doing in April. And we have some success stories. I've just tried to put a little cluttered PPT, but then I've just tried to put some of those success stories which our incubators would have created. In this 3 years, we have supported more than 300 startups, either through workshops, either through 3 to 5 days of capacity building program. We have incubated 60 plus startups. Still 25 after graduation of 25, we are around 35 plus startups which are incubated. We are going to incubate another 3 plus 4, 7 startups under a tight cohort for the next batch. Our startups would have disbursed around 1.4 crores of funding till this point in time, and they come from various sectors as of today. If we look at the portfolio of the startups which we have, one thing which we have done well in the last 1 year is the institute startup policy. We took cues from Ministry of Education startup policy for academic institutions, and we made a proposal. We defended it in front of the finance committee. We defended it in front of the board of the institution, and we asked them to support by giving 1% of the institute revenue budget on development activities. And money we used both things, and support and mentorship and capacity development programs that Incubator does. All the institutions have given us for the next 2 years, and then again and see if this needs to continue to cut it short. So my expectation to cut it short to 5%. We also have been given a target that in next 3 years should be, which you should work towards your sustainability. Now, yes.
Excuse me, sir. There is some network issue.
Is it?
I mean, your voice is not clear.
What is not clear? Shall I try switching off my video?
Sorry, sir.
Shall I try switching off my video?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
It's still not clear.
yeah. Let me do the same thing. I'll just log out and log in again.
Okay, sir. Thank you. There is some network issue, so sir has logged out. He'll log in. Let's wait for a few minutes.
Is my voice clear now?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Uh, is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Right. So other thing which we did was, a lot of support both to faculty and more so to students. So what we did, we said that we will have a mandatory course on developing entrepreneurial mindset in students, which were earlier not there. So a mandatory course on entrepreneurship. We also said that yes, will be students will be allowed to take a year break. They can take a placement holiday up to 2 years, which means they can say that they're working on startups. They can get incubated in the incubation center, and they can complete their MBA, but they can get back to us after 2 years saying that okay, my startup did not work. I want to again sit in the placement process. So that is something which we are giving them access to. We have also reduced their credit requirements. So, for example, in a simple usual MBA, if their credit requirement is 95 credits, then we say that you can get away with only 82 credits. Rest of it you have to complete by showing the progress on your venture, which will be again evaluated by a set of faculty and incubator team. We also have policy for faculty, because if you don't give faculty some kind of service credits, or either in terms of reward, in terms of cash, or in terms of their workload, then it may die out after some time. Somebody may be very enthusiastic, somebody may really like talking to startups, but if an institution wants to just leverage some of their proactiveness, then that's not going to sustain. So best way is to have a policy where you can have some service load which can be given to the faculty, that okay, you are supposed to do this much of administration, and if you do startup mentoring, then maybe this will compensate for the total requirement of your teaching, research, or service to the institution, right? Or the especially for those institutions, although we have also that provision, but especially for the institutions which are technical institutions, where faculty work with research scholars or students on various technical issues where they have IP, joint IP. I think there should be a provision of equity stake in firms by where you allow your faculty to also have equity stake in firms. Faculty should not only be allowed to invest in the ventures where they innovate, but they should also be allowed to sit in those investor meetings where the ventures are pitching for the requirement of the fund. You as faculty may know a lot about that venture. You as faculty may know a lot about their uh, uh, business proposition, their technical ability, feasibility, etc. And therefore, if you want to invest in a business, that should be allowed. And what we said, that if there is no conflict of interest, which means if you are not holding an important position like a chair of entrepreneurship or a chair of a program, then you are open to invest in any venture. The only thing which you will do the moment you invest in a venture, that any time you spend with that venture will not be counted as your service points, right? Otherwise, it will be counted as a point which you accrue as a service points. So that is something which we did. And I think institutions, if do come up with a startup policy, the whole system has a focus now that we need to work towards this. So I think this is something which is very unique to an IIM. Many IIMs do not have such an elaborate startup policy which we have come up with. What do we plan ahead? We do plan to, as I said, that within the first 5 years we need to have our focus being defined. So we by now we have understand that we want to be a women-led or for women venture kind of incubator. So we attract such startups more, and we have developed competencies to support them. We also support technology-based startups, anything to do with AI, ML, IoT, and social ventures, because that is something which, being part of the social sciences, we are able to connect well. Anything which has this focal points in the functional domain like education, edutech, financial inclusion and fintech, food and agri, nutrition, health and wellness, marine. So we don't want to get into too much of medical things, but mostly towards nutrition and wellness. Marine, ports and logistics, environment and clean energy. So because these are some of the things which our faculties work on in terms of research, in terms of their functional focus areas, etc. And therefore, these are something which can be taken up. Capacity development program in the region. This is something which we plan to do ahead moving forward. Training entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, startups, and MSMEs, especially, and faculty and incubator administrators, and especially mentors. We feel that there's a lot of requirement for training mentors, because mentoring a startup is not only ability to mentor, but also this requires a lot of understanding that what a mentor should not do and what a mentor should do. So that is where we are also developing some programs which will come up with. And currently we are also working with a couple of corporate bodies like S2 Tech. It's a US based company, and in collaboration with Moonshot Junior, we are conducting for engineering and science students of AP, and we wanted to train 1,000 such students. We have started the first batch with around 200, and we would like to incubate some of them who come out of this program with a good business idea. As I said, we are also going to start the Nidhi Etc. program, and we have set up an ideation analytics lab, and ideation and fintech lab is something which we are working on, that we would get some fund and to have that in coming years. I would strongly urge you all to at least look at these incubators. One, Makers Village. This is a very, if you get a chance to go and visit them, just go and visit them. This is completely a different at a different level altogether, right? So what the government of Kerala has done, I don't think any other state government have that kind of vision and focus in terms of supporting startups and the ecosystem, right? So go and visit that. Go and visit T-Hub, which is, again, it rose in the boom of IT, and the support of triple IT is there in the success of T-Hub, and state government, a very huge focus on state government. So T-Hub now also have spinned off another entity called V-Hub. So go and see these two models, which are very different models, but very, very unique models. Do study them. The other one is two extremes within IIMs, NSR cell, which is more research focused, which is more involved approach, where institution is very much connected to the incubator, with a different approach of CIE Ahmedabad, which is more of a separate entity within institution as an incubator, which is completely run by people uh, who are into this business. So the kind of connect between these two entities with the host institutions are very different, and both of them have done well in their respective spaces. So now coming to incubators like this I Create, I think this is also a very good example for you to look at. This is a completely private entity which is working, and it is one of the best in the country, right? And it's in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. They are working towards supporting startups, and they have good funding. They have got most of the major government fundings, in spite of being a private entity, and they have a very good team and a very good way of approaching the whole ecosystem support. Now, if you are a sector specific focus, for example, MICA, they also have a incubator. MICA is for marketing related business education, what they do as an institution. So they kept their focus on that region. So they said anybody who are into marketing communication, startups which are dealing with branding, marketing communication, etc. These are the ones which we want to incubate. Then is the range of good TBIs at IITs or NITs. So these four are good subjects in themselves, very different in flavor, all four of them, and very different success stories. For example, IIT Delhi, they are more connected with angel investors and VCs, and they have a more of a US model which they follow. At the same time, IIT Madras is a very different ecosystem which they have developed multiple incubators within one incubation framework within an institution. So does IIT Kanpur. And Sign is more entrenched with government, right? So they depend a lot on government funding, and they are actually handling most of the implementation of DST projects in this space. So their major source of revenue comes from those being an implementing partner of DST in various entrepreneurial activities which they do. Within the private institutions, I have seen these two to have really come up of pace very well. You should look at them. Kite in Orissa and TBI of Amrita Vishwa Vidya Peetham. I think these two are very good cases of incubators who have really got almost all the government fundings which are available in today's time, be it Atal, DST, Nidhi, whatsoever you talked about. So they have got almost everything. They do lobby very hard and to get those proposals. They have a good team. They have invested both on infrastructure and team within their institutions. So I think you should at least go and read these cases. That will give you a lot of understanding how they went about it, how they evolved over time, and what uniqueness or similarities do you have with them, and what you should be following, what you want to become. Right. In terms of funding sources, I'll talk about these majorly, although we have talked about them. Focus on DST and METI. I think these are the two organizations who are going to come up with more and more future programs, and they are going to take a lion's share of funding in terms of supporting incubators. MSME, looking at the upcoming MSME draft MSME policy, I don't see major talk about supporting incubators there. Therefore, I'm not very sure about that if they will continue their support of incubators in the next 10 years or not. But at least DST and METI are aggressively working on it. Niti Aayog, they have gone little silent, right? After the first phase of AIMs, they have got little silent on that front. Majorly, I think the other source of funding should be the CSR fund from companies. There was old provisions which only allowed them to invest in academic incubators located in academic institutions, and that should be approved by central government. Now that that has been changed, so they can go for any government funded central or state government institution or incubator or any agency right? So that any agency is very important. So it does not matter if you are a private institution, you are a public institution, you are a central government institution, you are a state government institution, you have the ability to go and get funds under the CSR provisions of the companies. So that is one thing which can really be worked on, which can be a good source of funding for supporting small programs, right? Before I take up the questions, my final thoughts: find your strength area and do work on them. Don't try to become everything which everybody is there, which means, okay, we should have good infrastructure, we should have good team, we should have good mentor pool, we should have good network, which means you want to cover every aspect and fill all your weaknesses. This is not important. What you want, what you will be known for, something good, which something unique which you can do as incubator. So find that one thing which you think is good with you and take that as your key weapon and pierce, rather than working on your weaknesses. So go with your strength and try to pitch with your strength. Create stories. Trust me, nothing sells more than the stories. Small contribution which would have changed some life. If you can bring it in the form of stories while you present, while you convey to any funder, that do resonate well, than just talking about numbers. So try to create these stories in ventures. Also pick startups which can create major social impact as well, right? That's all. So thank you very much for your patience, and I'm really sorry about a couple of technical glitches. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. So my
Good
question is related to the setup of an incubation center and the funding required for it. So while setup of an incubation center, should we be looking towards funding from the state government, or should we give more emphasis to the projects or the schemes related to the central government? What should be our specific approach of us we need to focus on?
Uh, I think, sir, it majorly depends on the tune of funding which you require, right? So, for example, I think the first thing which any institution should do, it's something similar to what we look in startups, right? That have you invested your own money in your venture? So even before going to any funding agency, be it
Right.
central or state, they would also like to know that how you have you know invested in your existing resources. So first of all, I think we should convince our institutions to make some initial investments. Let them invest the first pilot project which you want to do, which may be only supporting 5 startups. Incubating them, training them, mentoring them, and taking them from idea to implementation. That may take a year, but at least that can give a lot of stories for you to talk about with these funders. Coming to center versus
Right.
state, some states are very active, and their state governments would also have funds which they can give you, or they also have various soaps which they give. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, they have come up with a scheme where they say that if you rent any government buildings, you don't have to pay the lease payment or something. Government will do that, right? So different governments have different provisions in terms of what they want to support you with. So depending on that, I think you can leverage from that provisions of the state government. But in terms of direct funding from a program, central funds are easy to get. Second, central funds comes with lesser rider, right? And third, which is advantageous point, now center is looking for reaching out to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So if you are an institution which are not the top tier institution, you are not in the top tier city, the probability of you getting that fund is much higher now compared to what it was 4 or 5 years before.
Okay.
And if your institution is not ready, then
Thank you, sir.
Ji, thank you. Then CSR fund is also one good
Sir,
option.
can we have your communication?
Sorry.
Right, right, right. Can we have your mail ID? Can you guide us regarding the setup of an incubation center?
Yes, you can. I'll just do we have a chat option here? I'll just type it in chat, right? So that you can.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Any other question?
Yes, sir, I have a query. So my query relates to the non-technical institutes as you are presently in IIMs. So the startup ideas over there are edutech startups or the fintech startups. How does the non-technical institute bridge the gap of providing the technical aspects to the startups? As
Sorry,
in the
sorry.
faculty over there, there would be a lot of limitations from the technical point. The faculty won't be able to provide the insights. So what can be done for that?
So yes, you're talking about the non-technical institution. How do they provide the technical support to the startups, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. See, we also have some startups. For example, one of the startup which we have, their functional focus is health tech. Then typically what you majorly can do there, that you should have good connect with institutions. If not, then again go by that matrix and figure out which are the people who can who you can get connected with to support your startup. So try to bring connections with institutions who can help these people in terms of technical expertise and know-how which they require. Or if that is too difficult to get in a short time, then at least you can identify individuals. They can be individual faculty in an institution, they can be individual industrialists, or people who already have existing business in that particular domain, and then engage with them, call them, invite them for a talk, right? And after they finish their talk, let this startup sneak in his chamber where he's having his post session cup of tea, and let them get a indirect access of half an hour to an hour talking about their venture. And then that gentleman, that resource person will automatically, because everybody wants to help, nobody wants to keep holding somebody who really passionate about something. So they will connect you to a couple of people, or they will at least advise the startup or us that, yeah, I spoke to that startup, they are looking for somebody who can do this fabrication for them. Why don't you talk somebody in Bangalore who is good in this kind of fabrication? I know them, I can give you the contact. So all that happens. That's the organic way of getting it done.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, there are few questions in the chat box.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Sir, I have one more query. The
Yeah.
query is to the role of academic mentors as well as the industry mentors. So, when we see from the academic mentors perspective, they have a limited amount of knowledge of what the industry wants. They provide the inputs to the entrepreneur purely from the point of view of theory.
Hmm.
Whereas when we see from the point of view from the industry, they have the actual market insight whether the product will function or not. How these two things can be, how what is the way forward for uh, these two persons to move forward?
Yeah, see, I will talk about this because this is very, very interesting and important point for all the incubators. See, there are two problems with the industry mentor. One, they are very costly. Second, they all have different perspective, right? So when you come from a theoretical point of view, everybody will have a same perspective, and therefore, if the same venture talks to five different people, they may not really deviate in the way they think about a particular idea or a business model. But if I just throw my, we did this experiment with our 25 startups which we had at one time. We broke them into two groups, and one group we kept rotating these big names from industry and then allowed them to talk to them, and once part of the cohort we just let them talk to only a set of faculties in terms of what they should be doing. What we realized, the ones which spoke to faculty more, they were more clear about what they want to do. What it what happens if you have a, and when we did this, we chose a set of faculty who are more focused and who they want to contribute towards entrepreneurship development. So I think if the faculty has this orientation, they will also work hard in developing their competencies to be able to support a startup and try to understand that how do you really think about a market opportunity, what is good, what is not good. I did not know all of it, I'm a finance faculty, right? But then because I was given this charge, I developed myself, and today I know, I read in this literature, I know a lot of things. I did it because I was given this charge. I proactively came forward and wanted to support the startups. So I think anybody, if I can develop, anybody can develop these competencies. So basically, you need to identify people who have an inclination towards supporting startups and entrepreneurship, and then facilitate them to go through certain training, some basic training, so that they can bridge the gap of at least having little orientation of thinking. But the group which we spoke to, different industrialists, they were damn confused. So some person will come and say that this whole idea is crap. The other one is come and say that you do this. The fourth one will come and say you do that, and they're not really sure what needs to be done. And all of them are successful industrialists, right? So what is good, what is not good, we don't know. Many a times they are right from their context, but they may not be right from the entrepreneurial context. So, and they don't spend too much time, right? But your in-house mentors will spend a lot of time. They will know the context well. So in my understanding, there should be periodic interventions from outside whenever one, to motivate them, ad hoc interventions from outside, which should be need based, because inputs from need an input from a specialized person, and you bring that person and that give input to a certain set of startups which only need input in that area. And the regular intervention should happen in-house, and you need to build the competencies of the in-house mentors. Did I answer the question?
Yes, sir. Sir, my next question relates to the mission perspective. So the Western literature says there should be an ideal statement of the mission and vision of the incubator. Recently, I was doing a survey on the incubators, so wherein I asked the startups and the mentors of the incubators. So when I asked the startups, they had no information what is the mission. They were just enrolled into the incubator. So the whole perspective of getting a ideal mission statement or the vision statement does not attract the incubators or the startups in the Indian scenario. They just look for the ease of access.
नहीं, ease of access, you are right. One is देखिए, ये चीजें थोड़ी सी तब it comes more into fore once you have your basic needs taken care of. So for example, if once we have ample incubators who have come of age, then the good startups have a ability. For example, if I have got 101 rank in IIT JEE, I have an option to go to Delhi or Bombay or Kanpur, right? But if my rank is 3035, I may only have limited options available to me. I'm not a chooser in terms of which department, which thing. But the ones which are top in the rank, they have the ability to choose because they are the topper. They are good ones. That is how this works in the incubator market also. There are incubators and there are startups. The good ones will always want to go to the one way which can add more value to them. And more value can only come if both of them have the same focus. Because their resources, their expenditure, their network, all of them will be in the same focus area which the startup have. So I think what you can try experimenting with is talking to startups which are really, really good in terms of their growth which they have achieved, their quality, their education, and then see if they chose a particular incubator because of certain reason. India में mission and vision versus a focus area वाला question पूछने से people may give you a right answer. The moment you talk about mission and vision India में has been so an administrative task. It has remained to that level that somebody will who can write complicated English will write a mission and vision statement. But at least try to understand if incubator have a focus, and did this person pick an incubator because of focus.
I have a follow-up query relating to incubators choosing multiple incubation programs at different incubators. So what is your insights about that particular aspect?
So from the incubator perspective or from the student perspective?
So both perspective would be
okay.
It would be
see, we do not restrict some of our incubators who are with us. For example, there was one incubator with us who was working on a banana fiber project. We could guide them in terms of their business prospects and what they should do, what they should focus, which target market they should work on. But at some point, they needed some technical know-how. We connected them to certain institutes, Jute Institute of India in Calcutta. We connected them to an institute in Coimbatore. We connected them to an institute in Gujarat. But after some point in time, we realized that we are not able to attract a lot of good resource persons for them. So we advise them that you go out and look for any incubator, accelerator program where you can get into, which can add more value to you. And we allowed them to do that. So one is they graduate out and you let them go. Second, many of the incubators do not have that brand bandwidth that you have enough incubatees to let them go, and you also want to keep or retain some of your good incubatees because they can generate future revenues and are also good success stories for you to talk about. So many of them, it becomes a compulsion for them to allow this co-work, co-incubation kind of thing, uh, because you don't want to let them go. At the same time, you also do not want them to be restricted in terms of their ability to grow, because you may not have certain competencies, right? So I think as an incubator, if you do not have that bargaining power in terms of what I can really hold them and I can still provide value to them, we should accept this co-incubation. However, the terms and conditions of that co-incubation should very clearly be outlined, right? So that in any communication, they should not leave you all the time. Whenever they generate any success, they should talk about you also. So although this sometimes sounds very very creepy, but then trust me, there are startups whom you give everything for years and two, but the moment they get connected to some bigger incubators, they don't even talk about you. So this is the world, this is how it is. But then yes, this is how you can control as an incubator some of their behavior. In terms of a student, I think they just want to keep exploring wherever they can get some more fund, they can get some more brand value, and from their perspective, I think it's a open market, and they should be allowed to do that unless and until you restrict them with certain agreement which you have with them. So agreement can only come up if you are giving them some funds. Otherwise, it's difficult to control them.
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Yes.
Actually, we are running out of time, so can
Okay.
I
Okay.
just conclude?
Yes. Yes. I think. Uh, so we are almost done. If anything which I have missed out on, let me know. And anyways, my email ID is already circulated. If you have any follow-up questions and the questions which I could not answer maybe in this time frame, I'll try to reply to them. And
So
thank you.
quickly, if you could just tell us about the e-cell. Not every
Yes.
institution is an IIT or an IIM. But
G.
then if you want to harness this entrepreneurial spirit among students, how do we start with an e-cell? If you could just throw us basic light
Yes.
on that.
I think the best way to work on an ESL is to first is a form a student committee, because students have more energy, more ideas, and they have ability to take it forward. So create a student cell, or a committee of students, and then there should be a faculty in charge, and the faculty in charge should guide it, that what all they can do. They can start doing simple small activities like doing some pitch competition. They can start with conducting some successful entrepreneurial speak. These are all which will just generate the exuberance within the student community about this startup ecosystem. And then maybe you can come up with some small programs. You can collaborate with some incubators and try and see that if they can provide you access to incubation of some of these existing, for example, let's say you have a pitch fest which you do with your idea generation program, or a ideathon within your institution. Let some incubator be connected to you. They can give feedback to them. If they like some of the ideas, they can also extend their incubation facility to you directly, indirectly, right? So such things can be explored where you any such incubation which goes to an incubation center, you put them as a clause that they will be, you will always say that they are from this e-cell and incubated at so and so place. so that gives you also some visibility. And these a couple of these success stories will generate a lot of willingness within student community to start actively participating and making that e-cell more vibrant.
So I will just take 10 seconds of your time. It was a wonderful session. This is Sania from Nasik, and we're trying to build an incubation center here. So I would like to connect with you on email ID and have a
Please,
further discussion.
please, madam. Thank you so much. I have all given the 2 email IDs where I can be reached out to, and because they have to start some other session maybe. So thank you so much for all your presence and patience, and it was really nice interacting with all of you. And thank you, Ravi Garu and the team of AU Incubator, Pragya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insights in life cycle of a startup. What an incubator searches for in a startup or the startup sees in an incubator. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing us the case study of IM Vishakhapatnam. These will help us to actually, learn when we want to actually start up a incubation center. Thank you very much, sir. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Let's take 3 minutes break and get back at 11:55 so that the next speaker we can listen to his. Welcome, sir. We'll start in 1 more minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're clear.
Okay, fine, fine.
We'll start in 2 more minutes, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Still, they have to log in. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Good morning, sir. Now, I would like to introduce you to the next speaker, Mr. Alok Soni. He started his entrepreneurial journey in 2003, right after completing his BE. He founded Harmony Infotech in 2007 as a web services and IT solution provider, and also with Just Tail, associated with a Just Tail as a franchise for Vizag, Vijayawada, Jodhpur when they expanded nationally. He has successfully completed 1100 projects on freelancer.com and 7,500 plus gigs on fiverr.com. He is currently undertaking the study of various startup ecosystems around the world and preparing a report of what can be done in Vizag to catch up with the rest of the world. He is active member of Vizag Startups community. Now, let's welcome Mr. Alok Soni to speak on the topic New Generation Tech SMAC. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, just a second. Let me open my presentation. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, thank you, folks. Thank you, AU Incubation team, for giving me the opportunity to speak about this topic. As you must be knowing, SMAC, I am supposed to speak on new gen technology, which is SMAC, social, mobile, analytics, and cloud. Okay. So before that I start, I have been into a startup ecosystem since a long time now. I'm active member of local startup community known as Vizag Startups, and I've been trying to basically contribute as much possible for the local startup ecosystem. So let's start with talking with the topic on hand. So SMAC is the proverbial fish in the water, right? It's 10 years back, all the consulting firms were telling this is the next big thing. But in few years time, it figured out that, as a term, this has also kind of fizzled out. But unknowingly to everyone, it has become part of our life, nothing like anything else, right? So we are basically surrounded by it 24 by 7, so it's like, being a fish in the water. We don't even know, we may not even care about this term anymore. And also, I'm not going to talk about the technical aspects of this thing, but more about, what kind of startups or, what kind of innovation is happening in this sector. So that, we can help, prospective students or, prospective startups, giving them the bird eye of view of what is possible out there. And frankly, SMAC is one of the underlying stuff which enables all the other kind of startup stuff happening around. If you see about social media, right? 24 hours we are using the social media to communicate with others. We are using it to do our work, and then cloud computing. Cloud computing is the underlying thing for everything, which is running. The Facebooks and the Googles of the world all are using cloud, and they are also offering the platform to others to utilize it. And the cloud computing has basically democratized, bringing new ideas to the market. You need not, invest too heavy into, servers and all. You need not worry about that. You can just start with, $10 per month, and you can deliver your app now. So let's start with the first one, social media. I hope everyone has know about it, and there is no need for me to tell much about it. But what is visible and what is hidden from our view is totally different, right? So people are interacting with their friends, colleagues, and others in new and unexpected manners. And every few years we see a new trend come up. If you see in the last few years, the reigning champs for the likes of Facebook and Google, but then WhatsApp came, Instagram came, and then in recent time TikTok came. If you see even in our homegrown startup, share chat and all, they've grown wildly, they've become very famous in recent times. So I'll talk about, because I presume that most of the startups are going to be having ideas relevant to the businesses, how the startup or social media can help the businesses. So most of the businesses are going social, and who is not going social, they are basically getting out of market, right? So if you see the traffic, how people are using trends, trendy videos to launch different products in the market, and then businesses are generating leads online. They are connecting with people on LinkedIn, and promoting their businesses online. Businesses are building their fan following online. If you see that recent Super Bowl ads, how the companies are trying to capture this whole crowd which is coming online in droves. Okay, social media provides marketplace insight. So basically, what is trending, it gives you an idea about that, and helps you figure out whether whether a product is working out or not. It helps you with that. Earlier it was pretty expensive to do that market research, but social media is helping you to do that. Customer support, we are all aware how the government is supporting people on the likes of Twitter, railway stories, and airline stories, or the foreign ministry. We are all aware how the government is responding to people on social media. So businesses obviously are using social media for sentiment analysis and replying to people, and generally you may not get any response when you are sending an email to businesses, but there are 99% chances that you will get a response if you mention it in their social media and tag them, right? And then the honest feedback, right? People are talking honestly about products online, which was not feasible or visible earlier. Earlier, if you had any issue with any company, we have all heard about people complaining about bricks getting delivered instead of mobile phones, right? Presumably, if 10-15 years back, if you had complained about that, most probably no one would have heard about it, no one would have cared about it. But now if you mention in social media, the companies are ready to take proactive action for that. So these are all how social businesses are going online, and how startups can tap into that trend. So this is the social media landscape. We have the social platforms, the like of, again, this is a pretty old, some of them may not even be relevant anymore, the image. But that is what, every year this landscape is going to change, except maybe the few big players. The others will come and shut down. But if you see the social platforms, we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have Twitter. These are the three big things. So Facebook is mostly for personal connections. LinkedIn is more of professional connections, and Twitter is more of a news, you get to know about the latest news and all. And I assume everyone of here is active in at least one of them. But as a as a startup, I would expect almost everyone to be active on all these platforms and other relevant platforms as per their sector. And then we have the blogging mediums where people can express themselves. Those publications Blogspot is there, Wikipedia is there, and WordPress is there, Tumblr, and then Pinterest. So these are all. This is the social media landscape. It's a very vast field, and I believe, except the place at the top, I believe there is a lot of room below the top players. So what are the opportunities in social media, right? So if you see, on the right hand side of my screen, you can see there is a social media iceberg, right? So what is visible, what is the front end, you can see the LinkedIn and the Facebook and the Twitters and all. But there's a lot of happening, behind the scene, or in an iceberg, as they say that 90% of that is not visible. What you see on the peak is just 10% of the iceberg, right? So the same is case with the social media. So how we can tap into the social media, what kind of opportunities are there and how we can tap into that. So first one is basically whenever a new platform comes, so either the startups can think of building the platform itself, which has become kind of easy, but it's not easy to get traction now. Fighting off the biggies is really tough because they have a lot of competitive advantage. But still, when YouTube was reigning, right, we never thought that anyone else will be coming into the picture. But then, TikTok came into the scene, right? So there is still possibility of new players to come into the market, right? It's not like this is not a saturated one where the entrance of new players is no longer possible. Maybe at the big levels, search engines, yes, tough, but like of TikToks, there is a possibility for that. So one is building the platform itself. It's not easy, because the network effects come into picture. This is classic chicken and egg issue, right? When you will try to build a platform, there won't be any user on a platform, and if you don't have a user on a platform, there will be a lot of the cycle won't continue, right? No one else will come. Your friends won't come. We are basically on Facebook because our friends are on Facebook, right? So bringing that network effect is kind of tough, but it is possible. In recent times, a lot of the startup has shown that it is possible if you come with a new insight into the market. But bigger than that, building a platform, bigger opportunity than that is using the platform, right? So whenever a new platform opens up, it brings a lot of opportunity. So when Facebook, I'm talking long back time, when Facebook opened up and started businesses to advertise on its platform, and it basically grew a lot of direct-to-consumer e-commerce brand, because now businesses could advertise themselves directly to the consumer, right? Which was not possible. If you go with a traditional advertising medium, radio, television, and newspaper, print advertisement, and outdoor advertisement, they were pretty costly. The social media enabled small mom and shops, businesses to advertise online, right? So that is what the new opportunities are going to come up whenever new platforms become large enough. There is an opportunity to use it. In recent times, the share chat and all, they have started allowing local businesses on their platform, so they can use that platform for promoting ourselves, or promoting others, or helping others promote their businesses. Agencies and services, IT services, evergreen thing. Frankly, it may not be easy to build a product. Services has always been an easier path to make money and get some expertise. And once you get some expertise, then maybe yes, you can build products easily. So agencies or services, you can provide content services, you can provide design services, digital marketing, social media marketing. A lot of services are possible, and I have seen a lot of people who started their journey with services, and then once they got money and some experience, they branched into building products. So that is one way, and it's typically in every we can see in every college, right? There will be some CSE guys or CSE grades, who will always start with building, the services business, and then they branch it off from there. Marketing automation, one of a very big sector, and kind of unsaturated. I don't think it is ever going to be saturated, because there is always a new way to do things. Even doing things as simple as sending email, right? I still see people blanketly mark everyone in the email list CC to everyone, they mark CC to everyone, right? It's very possible to do email automation nowadays. And I believe one of this is one of the sector where if we can focus more, we are going to see many startups succeed in this one. Again, marketing tools for all of the above, helping people create content, helping people create design. I am very sure many of are grateful that the likes of Canva are there, right? It's not easy for everyone to use Photoshop. but almost everyone can use Canva to, or even creating presentations online, the Google Docs, right? So it is make the job much easier, right? So as I said, this is the marketing technology landscape. We cannot even I cannot even zoom out and show what are the different possibilities in this, and so many companies are existing in this field, and and there is always this is one field where the adage the competition don't matter really comes true. You can always start something now and capture the market, because there is various services available at various price points, right? So you can start a service anywhere from starting charging from $5 to $500 or $1,000 per month, and you can still sustain in the market. This is easily available online. I will talk about some of the sectors which are visible in this slide. So mobile marketing. Mobile marketing basically gave us the India's first unicorn, right, in Mobi, which started way back in 2007, I believe, and then I think they became unicorn in 2014 or 15, I believe. It took a long time for them, but there is still possibility of doing something in this field. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit saturated, and the network effects has come into picture, but there is still possibility in this one. Social media marketing, if you are still posting your social media collaterals manually, I would suggest to have a look at any of these multiple tools available online which can help you post it, or schedule the post. There is no reason for anyone now to not use some of these tools. For example, recently I was consulting with a local startup company, and then I helped them set up with and they were individually posting on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. And then I asked the CEO why you are posting it manually? Why don't you use any of these tools? And again, it could be that many of us may not be aware that there is a possibility out there, but it is possible, and people who are making or enabling others to do it, rest assured they are making some good money, and they're growing nicely. Email marketing, as I told, sending emails. Still, folks are manually marking everyone into the CC box and sending the emails. That can be easily automated now. And then people run a lot of marketing campaigns on email. So I'll give you an example of email marketing. How the startups are using the email marketing in real life. So if you have gone to any e-commerce website and then try to buy a product there or put it into your cart, but you didn't bought it, right? After a day or two, you will receive an email giving you the details that this product is still in your cart, and this is 10% stamp discount if you buy now, right? So that is a combination of marketing technology, abandoned cart management, and then combined with email marketing. The companies are able to do that, right? So that is one possibility. Content marketing, helping you to write content. We all must have used or read some blogs online, have must used medium like medium.com, or have our own personal blog on WordPress, or running our website itself on wordpress.org, right? So these are all tools help us with content marketing. Content marketing is still it's kind of and you see every new year some new platform comes, the Ghost. I think Ghost one is the recent one. So that's possible there. Marketing automation. Again, automating any of these things will come into the automation thing. If you kind of enable any kind of automation, that will help the businesses. Community tools. So how do you manage your community? So I'm wondering how the incubators or people are managing the startup community, right? Most probably we are using either a Facebook group or maybe a WhatsApp group for managing our community. I myself am part of more than 1,000 groups, I believe, or maybe more than that. So, and as a Vizag startup, we are ourselves running around 15 groups. basically to spread the information easily among startups and students, right? So, but it's very tough, right? If you we are using WhatsApp because of the ease of use, but it doesn't provide the facility which we need. For example, I'll take a simple example, right? Suppose we want to figure out who is the most active guy in the community. So the current tools doesn't allow us to give that insight, right? We cannot identify who are the guys who are helping others, who are answering questions, or maybe we cannot do the community the best community person of the week or of the month if we still run our communities on WhatsApp. So there are tools being tried for building community online, and community need not be just a startup related one. There are parenting groups, women groups, and niche sectors, like a lot of niche sectors groups are there. All are running on WhatsApp, right? So there is a moment, right? And a startup can understand how they can make it more easier for that community to manage. That is one possibility. Bots, live chats, evergreen field. Even though we see the hype of AI bots and all now and then, but still it's going strong, and a lot of possibilities are there. CRM, I don't even know the count of the CRM out there, and I believe there is still a place for one more CRM. It's never going to end. There is always a place for one more CRM out there. So and many people run their businesses on CRM, so it's not going to end. Sales automation, how you can automate the sales of a company. Affiliate marketing, e-com marketing, data enrichment. So data enrichment is an interesting one, right? This basically if you go through this GDPR in European countries, right, it's getting hampering a lot of this companies which are collecting data, so and then enriching the data. So for example, if you are running a sales automation thing and you scrap some profiles from LinkedIn and you want to enrich it, there is an ethical and moral question around it, how we are going to collect the data, how we are going to use it. But this data, this is still happening, and I don't think it will stop, even though the countries or the communities may try to stop it, but I don't think it's going to stop. And then URL shorteners. I think we have everyone of here has used the likes of Bitly, and then but there is still an opportunity out there. Even though Bitly is free and provide a lot of facility. But there is an opportunity there for even URL shorteners. Some of the startups, Localwire is a local Vizag-based startup which provide local news around, what is happening in your city in 5 to 10 kilometers. And there is a problem with the likes of Facebook and Twitter, right? You come to know about the world, but not is what happening around you. It's not very easy. You have to go and check it out. If you are a part of some groups, then you can figure out what is happening around. That is not the case. And there are there is a local is there a startup. So and then there are other startups like ShareChat, which is you can Coup is there, which is a Twitter clone for India. So before talking about this startups, there is an opportunity for even building clones. Frankly, many of us being from academic may not be keen on hearing ideas which are clone of other big ideas, or but as a country we have been importing ideas from abroad for a long time now, right? And I don't see any problem if any trend is going abroad, why don't we can try it here? It's one of the easy and investors also somehow like to fund a proven kind of an idea, an idea which is proven in some market. They may be more keen to fund that idea, because it's not possible for the foreign companies to understand the pulse of the every country they operate in, right? And if someone can build a clone and it's a possible to capture some of the market down the road. Most probably they are going to get acquired by the bigger players themselves. But again, as a startup, there's an opportunity there. So Ku, Chingari, Josh, Moj, and Kutum, these are all the startups which are active. There are a lot many startups. So I'll take a pause now. If any queries are there, you can ask me. Any queries? I'm not able to see the chat, so okay, fine. So I'll continue. So mobile and IoT, smartphones. I think almost. I'm not sure whether if any of us is not even having smartphones anymore now, and then the smartwatches and gadgets. Mobile has definitely brought a sea change in our life, right? Be it communicating with others, be it entertainment, shopping, investing online. So I'll pause at investing online, right? So if you see some of the startups in this space, the likes of Grow, Zerodha, and they are growing like anything now. They have democratized investing. They make it easier to invest into various opportunities, whether it is stocks or buying mutual funds or investing or even opening bank accounts, getting FD done. You need not even move an inch from your home. So there's a big opportunity in that space. Banking, new age, banking players. We have seen the trade phenomenon. I'm sure everyone has know about the IPL ads and particularly the Rahul Dravid one ad and other ads done by trade. There is this new age banking platforms like Juno, Jupiter, and Open Money. So mobiles and IoTs are basically improving our lifestyle and they are increasing our productivity like anything. Apart from productivity, yes, they are hampering our you can say that there are negative points also. We are well aware of it, but as a startup, we need to see the positives, what is out there, and capture it, right? From IoT perspective, again, it comes every few years, the buzzword comes up. IoT is the next big thing, and we don't see it happening. Our homes are still not automated enough. Things have started happening. We are started getting smart speakers, Amazon Alexa and all into our home. But still there's some time away where we can automate, and again I think it's more of a cost factor rather than the technology factor. Technology is here, it's still cost prohibitive, and converting the old electrical infra to this new age is not easy, or it's not very conducive. But I assume that going forward in few years time, whatever the new homes are getting built, most of them will have this thing will come built in. Some of the builders have even started offering this thing, but I think it's still some time, it's still a little bit cost prohibitive. So there's an opportunity there in this sector, definitely, how the cost can be reduced if someone can figure it out, so it's still a market to be captured. So what are the benefits? We can access it anytime, access the data anytime and anywhere. Efficient data collection, we don't even know. It's a good and bad. Our speakers are listening to us, bad. But we can, if there is any issue with any connected device, if you could talk about the cars, right? Your data is getting collected automatically, and it can give an alert, right? If there is any problem to be happen. Same with the industry. The data collection has become very efficient now, and it's going to become more easy, more efficient as 5G comes into picture. More and more devices are going to get connected with online. Resource optimization, it helps you with optimization because a lot of data getting connected, so you can optimize a lot of resources. One of the biggest optimization you can see is how the delivery guys are able to optimize the routes where and I'm surprised, you order today and you are getting delivery tomorrow, and if we go by this 10-minute delivery startups, you are going to get your deliveries in 10 minutes flat, and that is all possible because of optimization at large scale, right? Easy tracking, you can track your devices, you can track your resources. It makes it much easier. You just put up a GPS device and you can start tracking your fleet. So GPS tracking, it's make it much easier. Even nowadays, smartwatches are available for kids, where you can track your kids where they are going, whether they are on their regular schools or the regular path or not. Automated toll collection, it's made it possible, but a lot of such automations are getting possible because the devices are getting smaller and they're getting cheaper. This is the IoT landscape. Again, this is more of a B2B sector. I'm not very sure, how startups can tap into this sector because it requires definitely some experience, right? Creating hardware and solution on top of it is not easy. And we have seen, how China has captured most of this. Most of the stuffs are getting built there, and earlier they started with copying things, but now they are coming up with innovations themselves. And I fundamentally believe, again, as I mentioned earlier, there is no harm in copying something, right? At least it enables us to build our skill sets so that we can build something new, right? If you ask a student, right, to code something from scratch, it's not very easy, right? And I'm surprised, our grades are not even writing a 500 or 1,000 lines of code, even when they pass the final year of engineering, right? And we are expecting them to build a full-fledged structure, right? So the easier way would be to let them build as many clones as possible, practice on it. Even though the clones may not see the light of the day, they may not come out in the open, but that will give the skill sets for them to build something. They will get expertise to build something on top of it, right? So what are the opportunities in this sector? Again, similarly, what we have seen in the social media, the IT services. Similarly, we have the IT services here, app and product development. You can build for others, you can build for yourself. This is an a very it's not going to shut down anytime soon. Almost all businesses are looking for having their online presence now. So if you can deliver or build their apps, or give them something, an online presence, there will always be some takers for that. You can build an API, address API, still after a long time, we still struggle with wrong addresses, the courier guys calling us and saying that where is this located, right? And some startups have trying to solve this problem. Basically, you give some coordinate or location of your address, and then you get 3 words which is uniquely pointed to your that particular location. So the address, and that can be built as a API, right? You give a location and you get some identifier which can work anywhere. Geofencing, many of the companies are using geofencing to restrict the movement of personals or goods from their ambit. For example, if you are an e-commerce company and then you are running a delivery van, so how do you keep track where your vehicles are going and keep track of that? So routing, the routing and geofencing comes into picture there. And building an API is still a possibility there. Attendance or presence management. So something is interesting happening in our own WhatsApp group, right? Everyone is asking to give attendance, right? And how the attendance is getting counted is we have to fill up the form. So why cannot there be a plugin on top of Google Meet where it automatically gives you an insight who attended the session, right? So similarly case in the classroom, right? Why we still have to take attendance manually? And there are some apps available which can help you with that. Like, you just install on the mobile, and then it can, and you put it on your door, and people who are coming inside the door, they will take the attendance automatically. Right? It's a pretty obvious case, easy to use case, and capturing market will be tough, but it's an interesting hackathon, problem, how you can identify who are in the room, right? So attendance and presence management. Point of sales, billing, QR codes, person to person payments, and offering offers and all. So QR code has seen a a sudden uptick in recent times, because of the pandemic, where people were not supposed to touch anything. So we have seen droves of QR codes wherever we go now. If you go to a restaurant, the menu is on, you have to scan the QR code. In some of the 5-star hotels, they're not even no longer giving you the menu, right? So you just have to scan the QR code and select whatever you want, right? And there's a big opportunity still available, right? It is still not have saturated the market yet. So QR codes is I assume that lot many startups will come into that space, and a lot of possibilities is there with QR codes, dynamic QR codes. Suppose you have printed the QR code, right? But you want to reuse it. So how do you reuse the printed QR code? You have printed on your brochures, which is sending the person to a video, and the video is no longer relevant. So how do you redirect that to a new video or update the video itself? So these are some of the problems the startups can think of solving, the dynamic QR codes and all, right? Localization, it's getting heavily done now. It's very easy if you open Google Lens and you scan some language which you don't know, and it can give you the translation on the fly, right? So localizing these apps or other big apps or services is still an opportunity there, because not every language is available on these apps, right? So localization is one. MDM is mobile device management. It's pretty heavily used in enterprise world, because a lot of enterprises are giving mobile devices and tabs to their field force, right? So how do you manage it? How do you make sure that the devices are not getting misused, or how do you keep a track of the devices and all? So MDM is used for that. Security has become a nightmare now, right? Every day you hear some or other mobile devices getting hacked, systems getting hacked, even the companies' data is getting hacked, right? So there's a big opportunity out there in security. I started my journey way back in 2003 with a security idea, but I think it was too early. I thought of providing network security to local businesses in Vizag, but I think it was too early. Didn't found any takers. The internet service provider which I was using, and you can just simply basically eavesdrop into the traffic at that time, using this Wireshark, Ethereum, I think the name of the tool, and you can just eavesdrop on all the traffic happening on the local network. So I did reach out to that guy and tell them that, guys, all your data, customers' data is available on anyone who is can install this tool and check it out. And they did fix it, but they didn't pay me. I thought that they will pay me something, but they didn't pay me anything. But yeah, network security, it's still scope is there. Industry specific white label solutions, right? So a lot of industries are going online, right? Taking from the consumer facing industries, your salons are going online, your restaurants are going online, the delivery guys are already online, a lot of industries or SMEs are going online. So you can, someone can build the industry specific white label solutions, right? You can build a salon appointment booking or doctor appointment booking, dental appointment booking and all. So there is a lot of scope in this industry, and countries, even countries in US and all are still not saturated, leave alone countries like India. I'm not remembering the name of the startup which got funded in this space, But I think that will see the next drop of funding from multiple investors. This sector is going to see many players in coming few years. And then Tuya is basically the platform for IoT devices, right? When you connect your smart bulb online, right? So most probably the backend is running on Tuya, right? So there's an opportunity to build an homegrown, and there may be some platform. I haven't done much research on that. There may be some platform for that, but I say there's an opportunity for building a alternatives to these players, just because you never know when some of these platforms are going to get banned by the Indian government, like how they are banning the consumer facing apps, and which is basically opening up the coups, the likes of coups and ShareChat are basically get the chance, the sudden uptick or the proverbial hockey stick growth when the ban happened on the likes of TikToks and all, right? So if you start building now, but again, do some market research and see what are the competitors out there, and you never know when the ban hammer comes, and then you may be some of the players standing in this country. Some of the local startups which have in this space is Abzor. I have seen when in 2014 the startup village started in Vizag, they also got incubated here in Startup Village. And then now they are doing some pretty awesome work. I think they have pivoted few times, but they are doing good work. Antar IIT is another IoT startup from this part of the world. They are building IoT devices for smart home, enabling smart homes. Safe Automations, they are building this water drones, which can help save lives. So these are some of the startups which have made mark in the local startup scene. Again, I will pass on the queries because it's pretty obvious. I believe we can take the queries at the end. Analytics and big data. This is basically the hidden world. We may not be even aware what is happening behind the scene. For example, when we scroll on our Facebook, feed, or on Twitter feed, and we like and share, we may not even know what impact it is having on the content being like and share. As they say, ek like ki कीमत तुम क्या जानो, startup babu, right? So we may not even know the impact one like or one share is happening, and how this on the back end or on behind the scene the content is bubbling up because of this likes and share, and that is only getting enabled due to big data and analytics. As if many people like and share something, it get bubbled more and more, and then it get virality, and the virality is only possible because of this analytics and big data. If there was no analytics, there's no chances of anything get viral. And lot of these apps, whenever you open it, they show you the content which it's basically a rabbit hole. You go into following it deeper and deeper. It's a never-ending loophole. You like one video, and then it shows you the similar video, and then you like, and you never know how your 1 hour or 2 hours life has gone. And the culprit is big data and analytics, right? So huge data is generated due to clickstream. Clickstream is basically all your clicks, whenever you scroll something, see something, all that data, everything is getting generated and stored somewhere. Whatever clicks you are making, whatever scrolls you are making, it's just getting saved somewhere, right? Apps, mobile apps, generating huge amount of data. The videos, every second, this TikTok generation, how much videos they are creating every second, we don't even know. Huge amount of data is getting generated. All the sensors, industrial sensors, the smart home devices are generating huge amount of data. IoT devices are generating data. So analytics is basically giving you the insights or meaningful insights and patterns from the data being generated, right? And this is again more of a B2B play. haven't seen much a new age person. Generally, more of startups are coming from experienced companies or experienced folks who have some experience in this industry, bigger companies, and they see some gap in the market, and they come out and build some solution on top of it. We are seeing more there. So it's more of a B2B play. So whatever the benefits, it enables better decision making, increases efficiency, helps in automation, predictive modeling, right? I'm not sure whether it is true or not, but I have heard that Amazon can, if you go to Amazon site and you start browsing something, Amazon has a chances of predicting what you are going to buy, and they may even enable in the backend to getting the delivery process into motion. I'm not sure how true that is, but that is what I've heard. But it will be a possibility, right? So suppose you like a product in Facebook, some of your friends share some product, and then you like in Facebook, and then you start doing some research. So all that research is getting saved, and then and then the likes of Amazon, can basically figure out, okay, this guy saw this product in Facebook or Twitter, and then they are searching, and they are on Amazon now, right? So they can start understanding, yes, they are interested in this product. Now the question is which product they are going to buy, right? So this is helping a lot. Apart from that, the demand generation, how much demand is going to be there for certain things. Analytics is getting used for all of that. This is the big data landscape. So again, as you see, I see more of this is a B2B play. So I'll pass it to the next one now. So what are the opportunities? Even though, as I said, it's a B2B play, but what are the opportunities? So as I said, I mentioned earlier, when a big platform opens up, or when a new platform comes in, there's an opportunity there. So in recent times, if you are keeping track of the trend in AI, Open AI has been gathering steam in recent times, and the GPT-3 now basically is able to generate content. You have to just give few words, and it can generate content, and we cannot even identify whether it is generated by computers or it is human generated content. So one obvious, there's a startup called Copy.ai, which helps, again, as I said, if you have seen in earlier slide, the content generation, how you can enable people to generate more content. Almost every business who is having an online presence have to generate more content, right? They have to generate the daily post, what they are going to post every day. So how the companies can help with this content generation, your marketing collaterals, your Twitter, what you're going to tweet. There are startup which can help you, prompt you what you can tweet today. That you can just go what to tweet today or .com or something like that, and then they will help you what you can tweet today. So GPT-3 is helping in that field, right? Copy.ai, you go there and it can help you get your content ultra fast. You just give few keywords and it will give you lot of content, your landing page content, what you're going to post on Facebook, all that content possibilities there. Fraud analysis. So I'm sure everyone is receiving SMS on on our mobile. You have won 5 lakh rupees. I'm not sure how many has clicked on this this kind of an SMS, or do your eKYC for your SBI bank, right? So every day we are receiving these messages online. So I was wondering why it's not possible for someone to create an app and analyze this SMS and basically give whether that link is a fraud link or not, all these URL shorteners, they can analyze that and give whether that is a fraud link or not, right? So there is an opportunity there for fraud analysis. This is from the consumer point of view, and then the back end, yes, all the banking sectors are using whenever you create a new account or do a transaction, if you do any online transaction, most probably you are going to get a call from and you haven't done that transaction earlier, that kind of transaction earlier, or maybe you are doing the transaction at odd time. So you are going to get a call from the banking, like, and they're asking you whether you have, and I'm like kind of fed up now, like, because whenever I pay for my like, online tools or digital, like, or my hosting, like, DigitalOcean and all, they still give me again. So there's an chances of improvement there. I'm not sure, like, now this is the, like, third month where when I make a payment for my hosting on DigitalOcean, and then I get a call that, sir, from my credit card company, that, sir, have you done this transaction? So I'm like, surprised. Can't they see, like, I am doing this transaction since last maybe 12 months or 15 months. So why they are not possible to keep a track? Yes, this is a normal transaction for me. So there's a opportunity there. Cybersecurity again, like, how you identify what is the frauds happening, that can be done. Crypto and NFT transaction monitoring. This is a new age thing, like, which is still bubbling up, right? There are tools now available where you can see, like, which what kind of transactions are happening. There is a website which can tell you, like, I don't remember, I think it's Crypto Stream or something, which shows you the transactions which are happening on different blockchains, right? So if anyone is like, want to try their hand in analytics or big data market, I would suggest to start with this, like, because there is no a single like, player. There are multiple players trying this field, and there's still opportunity out there. So, and then marketing insights. So a lot of companies which are getting online, they need like, insights into what kind of products are getting sold, what kind of products their competitors are selling. And sometimes we may be wondering, like, how it is possible that almost all the mobile phone with similar specs are priced at almost similar range. Like, this will be almost like, just a 500 or 1,000 rupees difference between similar spec mobile phones. So all these insights is getting generated by, like, people are scraping the data online and then making it available to companies, right? So the pricing, suppose someone is giving a discount on a certain product, so suddenly that alert goes to the competitor company, so that they can adjust the pricing for their product if needed. What kind of new products are getting sold in marketplaces? So that kind of insight generation is possible in this field. So these are the opportunities which I see in big data. Sorry. Again, I will pass for queries. I'll take at the end. Cloud SaaS. This is the big daddy of internet, basically. Like, so much stuff is happening on cloud. This is growing like anything. We don't even know, like, how fast this is enabling things, how fast companies are moving online, like, So cloud is basically delivery of computing services over internet. It makes it easy to store, process, deliver, and take backup of data. So types of cloud computing, SaaS. Again, these are technical terms. I'm not sure, like, I'm thinking most of us will be aware of that. And, like, software as a service. We are using Gmail. That is an example for SaaS. Microsoft Azure. That is like an example of platform as a service offering. Sorry, I mentioned SaaS as there. It should be PaaS. And then infrastructure as a service, like, when you want to build something from scratch, so all, like, the AWS services, Google services, like, whatever the cloud, like DigitalOcean, the hosting providers and all, they all provide you the infrastructure on which you can build on top of it. What is the time? Okay, right. So what are the benefits for the clouds? Fast deployment. It's possible now to deploy your application within an hour and charging $10 per month minimum, like, $10 or maybe lesser than that, also $5 per month. This is scalable. You need not worry about scalability. These tools or the cloud service providers use the scalability possible. Pay as you go. You need not put any upfront money. Most of the time you get charged postpaid. You get pay, like, you only pay for the resources you use. Almost zero or low capex. You need not invest upfront. Like, you need not buy a huge servers and all. And high availability. Like, again, you can the availability is very high, but still sometimes we have seen the biggies go down. But it's much better compared if you are running your own hosting, or if you are running your own servers. This is the the landscape in the cloud. So again, the usual suspects are there, the Red Hat, the likes of Red Hat, Amazon, IBM, they are enabling the infrastructure thing, and the platforms are getting done by the likes of Heroku, DigitalOcean, Cloudflare. They are enabling giving the platform for developers, and the other tools in this, and then the top of it, the Shopify. If you want to launch an e-commerce website, you can launch it in 1 hour, using the likes of Shopify. And even if you check big, local offerings like Bikai and all, you go and sign up, Shop 101, Bikai, even I think Khatabook and all. So they just help you launch on top of it. What is the opportunity? So I see the biggest opportunity. So the social obviously is one big opportunity. The next big opportunity is the cloud and in the SaaS industry. If you can just unbundle the Excel sheet, which is stored in businesses all around the world, lot of startups are going to create if they just unbundle the Excel sheets in our lying in our laptops and in businesses around the world. This is one of the big opportunity I see, and and there's, as I say, no competitors have captured this market. Not possible for any competitors to capture this market. So I'll just go through the spreadsheet unbundling, the screenshot, the calendars and schedules, yearly calendar, how you can schedule the calendars, the tools for sharing your calendar with others. A lot of startups are there in this field, and I still believe many will come, right? So then project management, how do you manage your project? A lot of tools are available, but possibility is endless. Your to-do list, how you manage your to-do, project management, how you enable your sales team that can go online, real estate can go online, right? Still we are sending our Excel sheets after filing Excel sheets. I think yesterday in one of the presentation we saw one Excel sheet. I think it was related to financial modeling and all. So all of them are going to get unbundled and going online, budgets, personal finances, accounting, content production, HR and payroll, development related one. If you see an Excel sheet being used in a business, rest assured there is a business out there which can be tapped on that. So unbundling Excel is going to create a lot of startups. This may not be a startup which you are going to hear day to day life, but these are the going startups which feel easy to create, easy to gather some traction, and easy to make some money. Then they are building API on top of it. So there is a website called remove.bg. So if you are trying to use logos in your presentations, even some of the images which I have used here in these presentations, I've used the website called remove.bg to remove the background from and make it transparent. So and this kind of opportunities are going to there, and this is where I see a lot of our research in computer science is just getting not used. In our academia is a lot of producing research in how they can run some AI or some algorithms to do something, how the backgrounds can be removed from images, or how the images can be we can remove or upscale the images, right, or optimize the images. So a lot of academia research can be used to create APIs which can then be consumed by other building on top of it. So I see, as an academia, I say you should definitely seek out what kind of research work is happening in computing field. For example, let's talk about the voice itself. When we are talking and there is a background noise, so how the background noise can be removed. or so a lot of possibilities are there in this field, and I see a lot of collaborations between academia and industry to bring some of these APIs online. Hybrid workforce solutions. I am sitting at my home talking to you all, and I assume most of you are also listening to this sitting at your home, or this pandemic has made remote work possible. And then we need this hybrid workforce solutions, how you can enable the employees to be productive when they are working remotely, how you can keep them engaged, because when you are working face to face, yes, a lot of interpersonal skills get used, and you can talk to them, you can discuss with them. But when you are online, then you can feel lonely, right? So how do you tackle that? So a lot of opportunities there for providing workforce solutions. Simplify billing. Again, so cloud is a complex. If you go with direct, if you want to use Amazon, AWS, right? It's complex like hell. If you don't have any experience with that, chances are pretty high that you are going to burn your budget within a month. You won't even know what hit you, right? So if you can simplify billing for all these tools, make it easier, for deployment. Even though deployment is easier now, but it's still it can be made much more easier. So these tools are basically meant for other developers, right? People who are building tools on top of cloud, right? So if you can help them with their day-to-day life operations, suppose a website goes down, or a website gets hacked, so how do you get alert? So if you can just help with that, that is there's an opportunity there for that. And again, the no-code tools, we are going to see a lot. Again, no-code tools is basically helping you create simple apps or simple websites just using Excel sheets or a drag and drop interface, right? And a lot of startups are coming in which are using. So as I said, one of the bigger opportunities unbundling Excel, and no-code tools is going to help you unbundling that, right? So if you want to launch an app now, you can just create an Excel. You can go to bubble.io. There are a lot of other startups out there which can help you with this no-code thing, and you just upload your Excel sheet, and in 1 or 2 hours you can get your app out. And this is going to create this is one opportunity which I see is wide open and in front of us. So I'll okay, I'll take the queries and end. What is the time right now? We are at 1 o'clock, so we still have I believe half an hour with us. This is not part of the original SMAC thing, but lot of interesting opportunities are lying in this field, and this is still the wild west, that field, right? And the blockchain, crypto, NFT, and metaverse, and I believe lot of opportunities are there, and the field is moving so fast. By the time you understand something, it's already outdated. So my suggestion, anyone who is thinking of starting something new, they should have a look at it, what is happening in this sector, and can start with this, have a look at it. And this is a sector where even the content is not available, how to build something, even that kind of content is lacking. So even if you can create that kind of a content, right, how to launch your NFT project, so that itself can get more traction for that. For example, how to launch an app, how to build an app, you can find lot of content. But how to launch an NFT, projects, and still opportunities there. So this is the metaverse market landscape. Metaverse is still a buzzword. I'm not sure whether it is going to stay a buzzword and see reality anytime soon. But we should definitely keep an eye on that. If again, so that's the thing is, right, you basically, it's very tough to catch the trends when they are already in the market, right? So like, if you want to create an CRM tool or an a bot, AI bot, or like, if you want to help with some hosting services and all. So we are still seeing a lot of players in that field, right? So it's kind of will get a little bit tough to enter into that market. But this is kind of a virgin field, is still getting explored, and some of the Paytms, the likes of Paytms, or the like of if you go with the old ones, the like of Flipkarts or Googles or Facebooks, we still don't yet have in this new field, right? So if someone comes and to ask you what is the next best thing to explore, so they should have a look at this. We may get our next FB or Google in this field. But again, this is a pretty again, this is a very high risk and high reward. This trend may just fizzle out in few years' time, so we don't know. But if you don't take the risk, you won't get the reward. This is my final thoughts on this topic. So go niche. The money is in the niche. A lot of businesses are going online. They are using social media tools. They are on mobile. They are using analytics. Obviously, they are using cloud. So where the opportunity lies, the startups can go niche, right? Almost big player. For example, let's take an example of the tools which we are using to communicate right now, right? Google is a behemoth, right? And I'm not sure whether they provide this analytics on backend, how many people attended the session, right? For them, I don't think it's more than a day's job for them, right? But for them, it could be a very small opportunity to do this, right? And that is where the opportunity opens up for smaller players, right? Most of the time, these bigger companies, they only try to get into the market where they can see $1 billion market out there. And if they don't see $1 billion market, they may not be interested in that market at all. And that is where the startups can make a mark. I believe we will still be happy to have startups doing $1 million ARR run rate in $1 million revenue in a year, right? So there is still and I know a lot of I'm part of a lot of founder groups indie hackers groups where people have started 1 year, 1.5 years back, and they are doing they are now reaching $1 million run run rate now, yearly revenues, right? And I have seen them in front of my eyes. But the problem is I also tried doing that, but unfortunately my mindset is more I have done services long enough, so creating a product and waiting for 6 months or 1 year to wait for it to give the returns, I've still not been able to do, but I'm still trying, and hopefully down the road I will also see some success in that field. Next FB won't be an FB clone. So generally, if any students comes to you and tell that I'm going to create the next FB, so you should run away. Or again, it's please don't be offended. I can understand, and I have heard these pitches from smart folks, they come and tell them, I'm to create the next Google, or I'm going to create the next YouTube. But again, they can go niche. So for every FB, we will see a lot of Instagrams, we will see a lot of Pinterest. So we have to go niche. FB is a very wide game. How you can narrow down the niche and focus on particular things, just sharing images, or how you can just share images particular to particular sector. So I have seen some startups which are just generating quotation images online, and they are making some good money, right? Many of us have searched for quotations online, right? And most probably we won't even think about it, right? But people have done. They're doing it in algorithmically, right? They are creating they are collecting the quotes algorithmically, and then generating the backgrounds is generated using APIs. They're clubbing together and publishing it. So and that is what is possible. How you can go niche, So next Google won't be a Google clone, but yes, it could be DuckDuckGo. So a lot of privacy features, a lot of people are afraid to give their data on Google. And like, by the way, I'm not on that bench. Like, I rather believe that, please take all my, like, whatever you want to take, but give me the best suggestion possible out there. I am fed up of searching in Google for certain things. So for example, I was trying to buy a router a few months back, and then I searched in Google, like, best router, like, for home. And like, and I was scrolling endless and endless, like, list of search results, but I was not able to find out which one will be the best for my use case, right? So I am on the opposite of the privacy bench. I like, please take all my data, whatever is possible, but give me what I am interested in, like, so we have seen DuckDuckGo, where it's a privacy enabled search engine where they don't store any of your search queries. You don't get personalized ads, advertisements. Nothing is customized according to you. But I believe there is a like, opportunity there. If there can be a search engine which can personalize the advertisement as much as possible, like, they know that what kind of products I'm buying, what kind of restaurants I'm going into, and like, and if they can give some suggestions, what kind of activities I'm like, interested in, and if they can give some suggestions relevant to that, I believe there will be a market for that also, right? So YouTube, when we were using YouTube, we thought, okay, this is the next, this is the end of video, and then the TikTok came, right? And it's growing like anything. So again, like, if someone comes with you telling that, I want to create a YouTube clone, don't just again, like, my point is, like, even though creating a next YouTube will be tough, but don't just discard the notion. Like, ask them, like, can you go into the niche of that idea, like, identify where there is a current gap in the market. So for example, like, I think almost everyone in our home has a lady who watches recipes online, right? And I still see them struggling on like, YouTube, figuring it out, like, they search for it, but they're not happy with the kind of results that YouTube is throwing to them. So there's an opportunity where, or suppose if you are trying to learn an hobby, right? My son is 6 years old, and then, he's now started doing some simple origami and, like, drawings online and all. So he has started using YouTube, but I still see a lot of, like, unrelated results are coming in there. So I see a niche play there, like, where you can create an app, or maybe you can curate it, or, like, generate playlist around certain topics and expose it. I think there's an opportunity out there. Every few years, like, an UPI moment comes, right? And which gives the rise to, like, the likes of Bharat Pay and, like, Phone Pay and, like, Paytms of the world. So like, I think in the recent times there are like, Aadhaar, like, a lot of stuff is happening on Aadhaar. We have India Stake, and a lot of interesting thing is happening on top of it. So if someone is interested to explore a, like, a new age which can give their UPI moment, I would suggest to look into what is like, the India Stack and all. Like, there is still, like, creating the, like, definition and specifications, and you should keep a track of that. This is my pet peeve, like, jungle mein nacha more kisne dekha. Most of the startups working in the incubators, I'm surprised they are not aware of them. They are building, sitting in their incubators, but not letting out, like, it know in outside world. Like, just remember which startup you have heard from a local incubator in your area. Chances are almost nil. And I don't see what, like, I don't understand what is the problem for that, right? So I'll tell you what is the, like, how it is impacting things. So what is happening is you get a cohort running in your incubator, and and then only the cohort people knows what is the cohort is, but no one else knows. And being active in the ecosystem, I see this problem. I face this problem for like, a lot of time. I get calls from newspapers. I get calls from magazines. In fact, I was struggling to put up the examples of startups for these presentations, right? Because I'm not hearing about the startups enough. So whatever the startups, local startups I mentioned in my presentation, it is only because these startups were kind of an exceptions, and I see them talking about themselves in various forums, right? But when a newspaper guys ask me, "Hello, can you give me what is the latest startups?" Most of the time, I don't have a list of startup or top of my mind, because I'm not hearing them talking about themselves. So one of the a good thing an incubator can do is make these startups to join communities, talk about themselves. Whether the product is ready or not, it doesn't matter. Let them talk about themselves. Let them be active in communities. Let them share their updates. Whether even it is just a simple update, we have read on our website. As simple as update is good enough, to announce to the world, right? So the problem is these startups are not doing anything related to marketing or announcing themselves, and suddenly they do a launch and then they think that the customers will come to their websites, but generally it doesn't happen, right? I believe 50% time of the founder should go into building and 50% should go into marketing. As soon as they get the idea, as soon as they get idea, they should announce it to the world. And frankly, stop asking startups to patent that idea. I don't say, unless someone is coming with an industry exposure and have seen the gap in the market, it's very tough to pretend or prevent someone stealing your idea. So even though you can patent your idea, or patent your invention or whatever, you don't have money to prevent others companies to launch in the market, right? So why you are forcing them to in the hope of getting royalties down the road, right? Yes, some investors may give some weightage for patents, but I believe before that the startup should work more on the product market fit rather than on patent. So my humble suggestion to incubators here would be please stop asking startups to or founders to get a patent as soon as possible. It's not helping at all. People, I see a lot of startups which got patents or they have a patent pending, but their startups are not going anywhere because these guys are not focusing on marketing, on going out to the market. A patent is not going to help a startup in the market. When you buy a refrigerator, when you buy a mobile, you don't see how many patents, or when you buy a smart gadget, you don't see how many patents has been there. You only see whether it solves your problems or not, right? Whether it fulfill your needs or not, right? So I think that should be more focused. We should tell startups, go out, tell to the world as soon as possible, right? So as the famous quote says, the people are looking for a hole, if they're not looking for a drill, right? And we are focusing more on how you can create a drill machine, how you can patent the drill machine using novel, innovative product or technique and all. But we need to teach them someone needs a hole in the wall, and how your solution can offer or help him do that, right? So this is my paid peeve, and there is a build in public movement. If you are active on Twitter, you can go and check out. Lot of people are announcing what they are doing every day, and when they are doing that, they are basically building their fan following, who basically converts down the road into the customers also, right? So they are announcing in public whatever they are doing, day 1, day 2, day 3, they build a landing page and all. Do check it out. If someone is interested to know more about how the people are doing build in public, they can reach out to me, and I can show you how startups have grown or get some eyeballs just buying being vocal on Twitter and building in public, sharing their journey every day, right? Some of the sites, Indie Hackers is one of the sites where a lot of hackers, individual guys who are building tools are hanging around. Hacker News, Reddit, these are all communities. I hope if you're not hanging around in this community, start hanging around these communities. It will help you a lot to understand what is going on in this thing. And we have I'm sure, as you a lot of us have heard about the Fresh Desk story, right? The Girish basically got the idea for Fresh Desk on a comment in an Hacker News, right? he saw that there's a competitor was there, and their competitor, and they were basically having, the customers were having some problems, and they increased the pricing for that product. And then Girish saw that comment, and how the fresh desk comes into picture. So a lot of if there is as a entrepreneur facilitator, if one place one of your team members should hang around, it should be in some of these forums, and then share that insights with the startups. If the startups themselves are not able to hang around, then I believe the facilitator can go through them and share the insights which they are getting from that. Exploring topics, as I said, there are some startups which are mining the data and giving it in a easy to consume mode, where what is going to happen in next, or what kind of product or service is getting more traction in in social media and all. So they provide reports regarding to that. It has a free service as well as a paid one. I will show you a sample of the paid one, so you can understand what it looks like. There is a website called trends.co. Software's idea. So I will show a sample of all these three. So as an incubator, I hope you can subscribe to any of these and share these insights with startups or students in your college or thing. I'll show you how does it look like. So this is a hacker news. Now you can see Akamai to acquire Linode. Right. So again, I'm not sure whether this can lead to anything interesting, but it's worth reading the comments there. Now LibreOffice running natively in browser via WebAssembly. So let's see what could be an interesting. Google search is dying, right? So now this is an interesting thing. So if you can go through these comments, there are 1,000+ comments. I'm sure you are going to get some insight of how Google is not for example, I will give you an example. When I was running my agency, a lot of time the clients used to ask us can you give us a design like this website? For example, if I got a client from hotel industry, so they will ask us to present some ideas relevant to hotel industry. So what we used to do was we used to search in Google hotels in particular area name, or suppose the client was suppose in Dallas, right? So we used to search in hotels in Dallas, and then we used to prepare a list of the websites and then see what kind of theme they are using, what kind of style is prevalent in that area, and then from that we used to take some note and present to the client, right? Till today, this is a problem for us, right? So I honestly don't know why Google search doesn't show the screenshots of the website in the search itself, right? So if you search in Google, I will just do a simple search, and you can see hotels in Dallas, right? So now, okay, there is one image coming over here, right? And this is from an ad, and this is not from an organic search result, right? And then we see some images in the map. But if you see the organic search results, there is not much information available. So the whole right area is empty. I have to click on one of these websites and go and check it out what is there on that. Why there isn't a search engine or an add-on for Google search or other search engines where they display the screenshots on your search results itself, right? So I hope that gives you an idea, right? It's even though we may assume there is no more things to be done in some of the sectors, but still, if you go through these 1,000 comments, I'm sure you will come across many such problems people have with search engines. And then again, DuckDuckGo is there. So Hacker News, I used to go through Hacker News every day. Lately, I'm not able to, but this is one website where you can get what is happening, and where going through the comments can give you an insight, what is possibility, what is still not being done out there. This is the exploring topic websites, discover exploring topics, and we rapidly surface growing topics before they take off. So they have a pro subscription. So OnlyFans, TikTok ads, Cash App, Card is a no-code tools for building simple websites, and they have grown rapidly, massively. They have grown in last 2 years. Hard kombucha is a fermented tree. Again, as a D2C, if you are trying to create a brand around D2C, then you can think of what you can do around this. Swiss cheese plant, lo-fi music. Again, if you hang on cloud, Clubhouse, you can see people are running this, playing this music in many of the rooms, and many of the coders just do play this music in their background. Substack, Outschool. So, this can give you what are the trends, which are coming up in Google. So either you can try to build a product around it, or you can try to build a service around it. So one of these pro, I'll show you a report, Exporting Topics Pro report. I had the subscription for this thing. So they've given a trend for Metaverse API. I think this report is from October or November time. And as soon as the Facebook announced the rebrand to Meta, so you can see that they see the sudden jump, in the Metaverse API trend. So if someone was is having access to this kind of a report, then they can understand what is happening and where there is still a market to go into, right? So searches for Metaverse API has increased 99x over the past 6 months. So this is the paid report. It talks about Metaverse, and then it tells you some of the startups into that Fala networks. So as I said, sometimes cloning and a startup itself could be a a better option. So they they've mentioned some of the startups which are in that space, Crucible provides software development tools for Metaverse developers, right? So they startup is known for their emergency SDK equipped with a variety of Web3 tools, right? So having this reports can definitely help with facilitator to know what is happening and where there are still gaps in the market. This is trendscore.website. Okay, trends. I don't think I have opened it with me. This is a newsletter, Software Ideas. If you are into creating software size, Software Ideas is a tool which can help you with a newsletter. This is a newsletter. So what this guys does is every week I find VC-backed profitable upmarket companies that bootstrappers can compete with. Here it helps, right? And this is if a multi-million-dollar company exists and significant revenue, then that proves that there is a pro and demand in the market, right? So now the thing is, obviously this will open an opportunity for someone to come and compete in that space. So what this guy does is he analyzes this small niches where companies are funded, some companies have got funded, and where there is still some opportunity out there. So they will share the name of the company, the analysis of the company, what is the niche to compete in, what is the USP of that company. So you can see this newsletter, and again, for whom it is applicable, whether it is a single, whether an indie hacker can do it, or whether it needs some expertise, or whether it requires a big team. So this is a micro-SaaS idea, a business to consumer SMS tool for small boutique hotels, right? So as I talk about the niche, this is the niche market. Then this is level 2, a native ad server for non-technical publishers, right? So someone is running a blog, right? So only option you may have is going through AdSense or big players. But suppose you want to run your own ad server, right? So it may not be easy. I haven't done the survey for that ad service space, but that could be one opportunity, right? And then a partner management solution specifically for the newsletter niche, right? So this is the opportunity I mentioned. What is the background? This is the estimated revenue, number of employees, funding raised, founded, and what is the opportunity size. So the summary is there, market background is there. Then what is the customer sentiment? What do you like? So hard to have any dislike. So again, there is no dislike. But if you are seeing some people complaining about some tools online, then you see that there is an opportunity out there. So this is a competitor analysis. They have mentioned the list of competitor. What is the ARR they're doing? This is a list of competitors. What is the revenues they are doing? So this kind of basically help us focused research, and then what is the market opportunity, how it can be, what is the pain point and how it can be solved, what are the solutions are there, right? So So I really love these reports. I had a paid subscription. I stopped that, but so this is the paid report, right? So my suggestion would be try to figure out what are this kind, and I'm not sure whether I should talk it here or not, but many of these are priced in dollars, and being an individual or a standalone guys, we may not be able to afford them, right? It may cost you $200, $300, $400, or $500 per month. So either as an incubator can subscribe to them, or one other possibility which we do as part of our helping the local ecosystem is we do group buys, where 4 or 5 people come together and buy access to some of these services, and then we share among ourselves. So again, ethically it may not be right, but until these guys understand that not everyone earns in dollars and can pay in dollars, I think we can we can do what we are have to reduce our cost. But yes, if we start making money of any of these things, then I would suggest to go and support and buy this tool, because again, there is one other entrepreneur sitting at the end of the road doing this thing, right? So he also needs to make some money. So he also needs to earn his thing, right? So, but yeah, group buy could be one way where we can reduce the cost. And there is other way which is called, I forgot to add there. There is parity pricing. So a lot of companies have started offering parity pricing. Parity pricing, basically, we all know that a buying purchasing power in US is different than what someone having a purchasing power in India, right? Where our average salary may hover in X, the same for the same service, or the guy may get 5x or 10x salary there, right? So it may be, for him it could be if he is buying a SaaS solution which costs $10 per hour, or 50 or $10 per month. For him it could be in less than half an hour. He can earn that much money in less than half an hour, maybe 15 minutes of his time. But here it could be a one-day salary for someone, right? So some companies have started offering parity pricing, where they give discounts depending on from which country you are coming. So suppose if you are from India, so you may get 50% or 75% or 80% discount on that tool. So and sometimes you can just reach out to some of these companies and ask them. I have got access to some of these tools by just asking the founders that guys, I am from India, and I cannot afford your monthly prices. Can you do a parity pricing for me? Some of them say no, but some of them have done that way for me. So this was my final thoughts on this topic. Thank you all. I am Alok. You can reach out to me at alok@visagstartups.in, and or my mobile number is mentioned here. Or you can also reach out to me on WhatsApp. I'm a part of a lot of WhatsApp groups, and then a lot of startup related groups, product tanks and all. So, and if I can just, if you need any help with that, or if you need any information to be spread, I can help you do that. Thank you all. So we can take queries now.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have a query. May I ask?
Yes, sure.
Sir,
Sure, sir.
good afternoon, sir. Sir, my query relates to the impartment of SMAC knowledge to the incubators or the startups, compulsory impartment of SMAC knowledge. Many times the students are not aware of this particular aspect of the business side. So imparting this particular compulsory imparting of this knowledge would can enhance their prospect of startups. So in your opinion, does it as an incubators, do we need to impart compulsory training for this?
Definitely, as I said, they should be aware of the SMAC and how they can utilize the SMAC for their own startups. Unfortunately, some of the startups which I mentioned in my slides, till date they are still not using Google Analytics to find out how many visitors they are getting on your website, right? We are not even taking basic steps like this. So I hope not only the awareness of the SMAC, but what are the tools and technologies, I believe we should have a checklist that these are the things you should need to have done if you are having a website. So definitely I agree with you. We definitely need to make them aware about SMAC and have a checklist where they can go through it and tick mark what they can do to make it easier, their life easier.
Thank you, sir. My next query relates to the ideology of networking vis-a-vis isolation of the startups. In the initial phases of the startups, the founders or the co-founders are of the opinion their idea might get leaked, so they do not get into the public domain, telling the public, guys, these are the products we are working on. In your discussion, you told that it needs to be done to generate the potential customers, to tell the world we are doing something, wait for us, when we will come you can take our products away. So as a society, do you see there is a trend towards going public, or we are still conservative in our approach, the Indians?
Yes, we are still conservative in our approach, and I'm honestly not able to understand why. Because first thing is, if your idea is so simple to copy, so someone can copy when you launch to the market also. It's not like that, once you launch in the market, other people cannot copy it, right? So the copy, if someone is not sharing their idea because they think that someone can copy their idea, I believe that, once they launch into the market, what they're going to do. And please remember, Facebook is not the first social media platform. Google is not the first search engine, right? So being first, there is no not much advantage in being the there is not much first mover advantage. Only for certain sectors there could be a first mover advantage, but otherwise it is the last mover advantage you will see. The last guy, for example, Reliance Jio, right? It came into the picture and it captured the market. Now the people who were first in the market, because they are struggling with the legacy equipments, legacy solutions and all, and Reliance could jump start them immediately. So please tell to your startups, not even day one, I'll say day zero, the day you get an idea, start announcing it to the world, because getting eyeballs is not easy. Even if you tell your idea 10 times, 20 times to the world, most probably people are not going to remember it because there's so much information floating in front of our ideas. So as a country, we are still not keeping the building public movement, but I believe it should happen. Again, there is if you have a particular insight into certain industry, for example, if you come with an expertise of 10 or 15 years, then it may make sense for you to at least you have got your patent, or you have done your background, or you have signed some contracts, and then you can at that moment it makes sense. But a freshers or someone who has just have a 1 or 2 years experience in this field, I don't see any. Maybe 1% of that guy may get any benefit of hiding their idea, but 99.9% will get benefit by sharing their ideas. So I hope that we will ask them more to share their ideas openly with everyone around.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my next query relates to there are some students from the social sciences background. Ideas do not see whether you are a science student or a non-science student. So for that particular students, what should be their approach to polish their ideas?
Again, what kind of ideas they are working on? Whether it's a tech idea or...
if I'm speaking of myself, I'm from a social science. I might get some ideas in the fintech or edutech, but I have no sound knowledge of technical specs. I do not know coding. What should be the general approach for me?
Again, so generally fintech, fintech is a space which is more of the innovation is more due to regulation hurdle rather than ideation, because it is heavily regulated industry, right? So if you want to launch a new bank, right, as a startup, I don't think it's possible. As a startup, it may be possible if you have someone in your team who has expertise in or connections in that field. If you come fresh with an just an idea, it will be tough. So again, it depends on what where your idea lies. If you want to launch for example, EdTech, obviously it doesn't require much expertise in that. Nowadays tech has enabled there are learning management solutions. LMS are available where you can record your content, upload it there, and just start promoting it online, and you can get users on your platform. So you need not worry about building your platform. In fact, I have seen people launching their hobby classes on and not launching, they are doing it regularly on WhatsApp itself, right? So there the mechanism, the tech is not important. Your content is more important there, right? So when content is more important, it doesn't matter what text you are using. You can launch it on WhatsApp group itself. You can create a WhatsApp group, ask people who are interested to sign up, make payment to you directly, and then use Zoom or Google Meet and all. And once you start seeing some traction, right, and you are seeing it, doing it weekly there, then you can think of moving it to LMS. And once you are fed up of LMS, then you can think of getting a team to build the solution. But I assume by the time you reach that level, you will already have money, you already have some expertise what to build, and you can hire people, or you can have a co-founder who can do that for you.
Yes, sir. Sir, there is one more query. In one of your slides, there was a word written "go niche." So there is a contradictory viewpoint which says the startup should be scalable. So are these not contrary to each other?
Well, if you go and read YC founder that blog, it says do things which don't scale. We are so enamored by the name, that the startup should scale, that we forget the scale doesn't come first. It's like basically scale comes later once you have found product market fit, right? So at initial stage you have to do things which doesn't scale. If you have to go and out and talk to 10 people or 15 people, ask them to join your WhatsApp group, and you have to first do all that grunt work. Once that grunt work is done, people are paying for you for solutions, then you can think of scaling it, right? At ideation stage, I think it's wrong for us to understand whether we should think of scale, or we should even build for scale also at that stage. Most chances are pretty high that we will over-engineer our solution, and this is a problem, typical problem with the tech founders I see. The solutions are so heavily engineered that they forget that they have to go into the market and first validate that there is a product market fit out there, whether it or not, right? So I believe you have to ask them first do things which doesn't scale, and once they have done that, they found the product market fit, and they're not able to cope up. If they are at a stage where they are not able to email or answer customer queries, then you start thinking of utilizing tools or trying to automate this.
Thank you, sir, for addressing my queries. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insights in social, mobile, analytics, and cloud, business landscape and opportunities in SMAC, startups in SMAC, and success stories. Thank you very much, sir. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you all. Bye.
Hi everyone. So it's time for lunch break, and we'll get back at 2:30 for the last speaker of the day. Thank you.